to some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ahem.
gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yum, vacation so good. Yum, vacation so good. I'd rather let my daughter date gang gang gang. I'd rather let my daughter date gang gang gang. Yum, Jake Sully so good. Yum, Jake Sully so good. Yay, ride it like an avatar, yeehaw.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
That's Rob.
2 2 2 2 check 2 sibilance sibilance. Hello folks, thank you Lodane for the raid. I hope the pre-roll stream was good. And for the whopping 33 months of Tier 1. And for everything you do for the community. Thank you, Lodane. Thank you, Outrun, as well. For the 28 months. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you, Outrun, as well. For the 28 months resub at Tier 2. Thank you for everything you do for the community as well, Marty. Including... I'm getting choked up. That's right. That's right. Including streaming this evening, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, this evening. This evening at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, streaming James Cameron's... You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We subbin'?
Streaming James Cameron's 1989 slightly underrated classic, The Abyss, in the Discord server tonight, in the TRRS Discord server. Make sure you do not miss that. Thank you to Metal Dipshit for the 27 months resub at Tier 3. Thanks, Metal Dipshit. I appreciate you. And thank you, Cinnamon Challenge, as well, for the 31 months resub at Tier 3. Thank you, Cinnamon Challenge. I love seeing we're getting some long time community members now. It's very exciting for me. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting stuff. Well, we're back, folks. We're back. I'm a couple days behind. By the way, I see Left Hand Stu breaking some news in the chat about apparently Trudeau getting divorced. I didn't realize the news had broken. If you're in the inner circle, the TRRS inner circle, the elite tier, you'll know that I did preemptively break that news in the Discord server a couple weeks ago. We're way ahead of the curve there. We knew all about this because I have my sources. My sources informed me a couple weeks ago that this was going on. One more yoga mom in the market right now, yeah. I'm sure they'll both do fine. I'm sure they'll both be okay. It's still, there's still time for a hot boy summer from JT. You know? In completely unrelated news, Trudeau sports bandage after bumping his head. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. That's not good.
About the need for more affordable housing. So I'm really happy to be here today for this important announcement. Hamilton is a thriving, growing community, and it's a sign of the strength and of all the economic activity.
Hot boy summer to divorced fellow fall. Well, our thoughts are with the Trudeaus at this time. The thoughts of this community. Pierre Trudeau can have a hot boy summer square off. God, Pierre Poilievre's hot boy summer is just so grotesque. It's awful. His whole somehow his makeover. Not a lot of makeovers make you look worse. Generally, you can point to like some kind of improvement, you know? I genuinely think Pierre looked better as just like the nerdy political lifer glasses dork. He's trying way too hard. They surgically moved his eyes closer together. Put those glasses back on, sir. You can get some cool glasses like these ones. You know, just get some cool glasses. And it's fine. He looks real bad. You know? I genuinely think he looks worse because he's trying too hard. You know, when you're trying, you're like, oh, you think I'm like a glasses wearing, lifelong political operative, fucking loser dork? Well, you thought wrong. Look at me now. I look cool. I'm taking the glasses off and I'm wearing a sports jacket with t-shirts under it. But it's like, no, you do not look good. And he's trying to, they're pumping him full of HGH or something. What is this? Pierre. Come on, sir. Come on, man. Body like a bag of milk. Jesus. Put the suit back on. You know, just get some cooler glasses. Like, there's ways to, if you want to look, if you like, you can look like that. It's no problem. Nipples protruding. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I agree. I agree with that. You're not inspiring your, like, incel fan base here. Well, folks, here I am. I'm back. I'm thinking Rob's back as well. Hello, Jay. What's up? I'm thinking Rob's back as well. I hope everyone's week was good. I had a really nice week on vacation in Wildswood, New Jersey. It was lovely. It was lovely. Someone commented on my tan. I'm looking all tanned now, you might notice. Maybe you haven't noticed, but I am. I don't want to take my shirt off and show you my tan lines, but I will. I will do that. If you're doubting me, I went to the Jersey store to do steroids. That's right. That's right. No, it was nice. It was a very long drive to get down there, 10 hours, with a 7-year-old kid in the car, but he did a great job. And we had a really nice time. Playing in the waves. You know, I've always really loved going in the ocean and just like messing around in the waves and getting slammed by the waves and, you know, and my kid loves it too. So we had a lot of fun just hanging out in the ocean. He really wanted me to go in there a lot with him. Did you meet Snooki? Yes, I did. Yep. It's mandatory. It's as a cultural attaché. You meet one of the Jersey Shore's top representatives, or let's be serious, the top representative. He's still losing Floaty's life jacket? No, he's pure. He's going in totally no assistance. No assistance. I hang on to him, definitely. Like, I don't want... It got a little bit scary a couple times when we went out, I think, a little bit too far. And there was some quite strong undertow. And I was a little anxious about that. He didn't care, though. He was like, whatever, I love it. I love it. Has he seen Jaws yet? No, and I've told him about Jaws. He knows about Jaws. I would definitely like to watch him eventually, but he's like, he gets ideas in his mind, stuff about like being in danger. And I don't want him to start thinking that whenever we go to the beach that he's in danger of being eaten. There's that whole scene in the beginning when the shark, whose name is Jaws, by the way. The shark's name is Jaws. In case there is any confusion about that. That's the shark's name. That's why it's called that. And there's that, there's a scene where the shark eats a little boy. Like, he eats a little boy, like, around the same age. And I feel like if I show that to him, it's just going to be really upsetting to him.
The size of the account.
I heard Chris Christie closed down the original beach she planned on visiting. What a shame. Thank you, Dimitri. That goddamn Chris Christie. And it was nice. And in Wildwood, it's got this big, gigantic, like miles-long boardwalk just filled with like carnival games and t-shirt places and the rides and food and, you know, I love that stuff. And that was very fun for him as well.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hi Rob, I just want to say I missed your stream a lot and Lodane has done a tremendous and great good job keeping the community informed and entertained in your absence, and I'm so excited about Poseidus Trap God guesting the stream.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. Yeah, Carney games. Love those Carney games. And yeah, I guess that's a good time now to announce it as any, which is that tomorrow we've got Aaron, a.k.a. Poseidus Trap God, a.k.a. Cosmic Slop, member of the Trillbillies podcast. He's going to be coming on the show again. It's been a while since I talked to Aaron. He's a pal. We're going to be talking about Aaron Sorkin. That's right. Aaron Sorkin himself is going to be coming on the show. Talking about this alien stuff, which is like, that's more of the last week's news cycle, but I think it's still worth it to sort of get caught up on that and talk a little bit about like what's the story behind the story there and what's going on with that. And all kinds of other stuff to get into as well. Really looking forward to that. That's tomorrow. I think like 1 or 2 p.m. I'm not sure exactly what time. Tomorrow I think is going to be an all-day stream. This one is going to be a long one today. I do have a podcast at 7, and I don't think I'm going to do it live. But tomorrow I think it's going to be an all-day kind of thing. I think tomorrow I'm going to try for like an 8 or 9 hour thing. It's been a while. It's been an entire year since I tried to do one of those. Any chance that this alien discussion will start from the beginning? Prometheus. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It'll be fun though. It'll be fun. And in fact, like I wanted to come, like I told everyone that I would come back on Monday. And I did briefly. I did a little Fortnite stream on Monday, but I've just been, oh God. I've been really since a couple days before I left New Jersey. As you know, I don't want to get too into my health details. It's really like middle-aged stuff. But as you may know, I do have gout. I'm a sufferer of gout, which is a very painful illness. It's a genetic illness that I have. Where I get a couple times a year extremely painful like periods where I'm like basically unable to walk or move around without being in like severe pain. And a couple days before I left New Jersey, I started to have some like soreness in my foot. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Goth Engels Sinner, thank you. 30 months of Prime from Goth Engels Sinner. Thank you for that. A couple days before I left New Jersey, I started to feel some soreness in my foot. It wasn't really a big deal at first. You kind of look like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. They're like the totally like weird looking, freaky looking dude on there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I prefer the comparisons to Pedro Pascal. 30 months. I've been streaming for longer than 30 months. Well, we got some like 33, 34 month subscribers. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this. There
Rob,
we go.
glad you are feeling better.
There we go. Thank you, Nedlocked, for the 33 months tier 1. Very much appreciated. Okay, so yeah, before I left New Jersey, I started to feel some like soreness in my foot. It varies, like where the pain is.
You can count
Traditionally,
on me.
you get it in your toe, your big toe.
All this.
Which I've had before as well. Thank you, Part Ian, for the 23 months tier 1. 1 month away, Ian. 1 month away from the Ultra Elite, Ultra Exclusive.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
24-month, 2-year TRRS sub badge. Okay, everyone's interrupting my. I'm trying to talk about my health issues here.
To talk you through all this.
I'm trying to talk about my health issues and I'm being interrupted.
You
by
can
people
count on me.
giving money to the show.
Talk you through all this.
Wow.
Hey
Very
Rob,
disrespectful.
welcome back. I'm so stoked on my TRRS shirt. The one I got is so subversively soft. I hope you enjoyed your break. Thanks for all you do.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Anon, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Dimitri, as well, for the gifted sub.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
No, the next sub badge is not going to be poop. That's not true. Thank you, Up the Reds. Really appreciate the 18-month resub from Up the Reds.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Dimitri, as well, for the 14 months of Tier 1. Appreciate you, Dimitri. Thank you.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's not going to be poop. It's not going to be any related to any bodily fluids, nor is the 2-year badge. It's golden.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It's golden. It's a shimmering golden badge. You know, John, now that you mention it, you know, maybe the 24-month, they're the 3-year badge. Maybe it should be some kind of like a white or silver or pearl even. Like a pearl, the even more exclusive. What about that? If it was like an even more exclusive pearl colored sub badge. What about that? Thank you very much, Sasha, for the 100 friend coin. I appreciate that. Thank you, Diego, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you for that. I really appreciate you, Diego. Thank you. GMO Radio gifted a sub. Thank you, GMO Radio. And thank you, Gwynny, for the gifted sub. Thank you. Hopefully, I will work with... We're supposed to set a production meeting with Lodane tomorrow. Hopefully, I can figure out how can get my sub goal to start updating manually again. Anyway... How am I at 15 already? I'm trying to do the math in my head. It doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. But I will take it. So anyway, to get back to the trials and tribulations of Rob, the most persecuted and the most persecuted man on Twitch, who suffers. I suffer and struggle to bring you this kind of content, folks. So yeah, having this illness, it depends on where it happens. Sometimes I get it in my toe, sometimes it's in my ankle, sometimes it's like right in the middle of my foot, and that's kind of what I started to get over the last week. Some soreness. It just felt like in the top of my foot. It felt like as it got worse and worse and worse, it felt like someone just like driving a railway spike into the top of my foot, basically. Which was very, very painful. I was up like all the night before I had to drive back to Montreal. I was up like all night, just like not able to sleep because it hurt so much. You know, that's a fun feeling because sometimes it's like if you're not moving around, it's okay. The fat cat Rob has gout. This is the annoying thing about this very serious disease, this very serious illness, dude with the nose, is it's been associated with like kings and like, oh, it's like you're living it up or whatever. It's a genetic illness. It's genetic illness that I have no control over. That emerges like regardless of what I've been eating or drinking or anything like that. But you tell people who have gout, they're like, oh, ho, 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 ha ha ha, and it's like I'm in like extreme pain, and people are like, oh, it's the king's disease, ho 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 ho, you know, and it's like, okay, thank you for your sympathy. Not that that's what you were doing, dude with the nose. Genetic from the royal inbred bloodline. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, Diego, I'm getting to this. Okay? So, I drive back to Montreal. The 10 hours back to Montreal with my foot. I took some ibuprofen and it kind of eliminated some of the pain, so I was in mostly okay shape. I drove all the way back to Montreal. 30 seconds left in this hype train, folks, as well, if anyone wants to interrupt me again and keep it going. We can still do that as well. If anyone's happy to see me or you feel sympathy for me because of this story that I'm telling you about my health issues, there's still time to do that. Just letting you know.
You've just become an elite member
goodness.
of the Friendship Triangle.
Goodness gracious, metal dipshit. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, metal dipshit. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. My dad and uncle have it though, so I know it's coming from me eventually. Yeah, I wouldn't.
We simply
laugh it up
use the
while you
computer
can.
to mark up the
laugh it up while you
size
can
of the
because it is
account.
absolutely miserable. Sasha, thank you for the 100 friend coin. Sikalufakis, thank you for the gifted
You're gonna
sub.
have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
And thank you, Mac at Work, for the 100 friend coin. It's okay, we're all gout chasers. Ugh. I say that I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but I'm incredibly petty, so I probably would, actually. I would wish it on my worst enemy. So I came back to Montreal. I felt like maybe it was improving a little bit, and then it kind of improved in the wrong direction and got significantly worse. So over the weekend, I was just miserable, and I was taking care of my kid, and I was trying to hang out with him, but I was just like, just not able to function, barely able to walk. Like, you realize, like, when you have severe extreme pain in your foot and all of a sudden you just like can't walk around, it's like, damn, that's kind of an important thing to be able to do, isn't it? Walking. You kind of need to do that often in order to like do stuff in life. And you really miss it when it's not really available to you. And moved in the wrong direction. See what happens when English speakers know French. So over the weekend, it just got really, really bad. Real bad. To the point that I was like, like borderline crying, like just in constant agony, basically, like no relief from it whatsoever. Not able to sleep because I'm just like lying there. I'm lying in my bed and it feels like someone's just breaking, like someone like a fucking giant or someone is just has my foot in their hand and are just going like trying to break it in half or pull it apart. Like that's what it feels like constantly. Like really, really bad. And I've lived with this kind of thing for a while. I'm used to living with pain and dealing with it, and I can deal with it, but like this is like excruciating, like really, really terrible. So I do have, like Diego, you were mentioning colchicine, which is something, it's a medication that you have to take when you have this illness that deals with the inflammation, and you can deal with these like attacks by taking this colchicine. But I was in such bad pain. I had forgotten my medication elsewhere, and I went and picked it up on the Sunday, I guess, just barely able to walk. And House MD told me all about that med, actually 2 episodes centered around it. Fun fact that I just learned the other day is that that's how they make seedless watermelons. They put colchicine in the watermelons, and that's what makes them like stop producing seeds. People taking it when they shouldn't. Turns out that's bad. Well, as I discovered, because some like midway through the day Sunday, I got this medication, and I was planning on coming back on Monday, like I had been telling people. And because I had gotten it so late in the day, I didn't spread out the doses enough. Like, you're supposed to take 3 on one day and then 2 every other day after that. But that's like morning, afternoon, and evening. So I got my medication and I took the 3 like after probably 4 or 5 p.m. And then I took another one the next morning. And I took another one the next evening. So Monday, I was like, as you know, I didn't stream because I was still feeling pretty under the weather, and I was just trying to like stay off my feet. Like it hurt even to just sit down. I have to have my foot elevated. So I just didn't stream on Monday. I did my little Fortnite thing when I was feeling a little bit better. And I was all ready to come back. But then on Monday night, after having a really lovely evening, otherwise, I did my little stream. I did my Fortnite stream. I did a podcast episode with Jordan for the Insurgents podcast. Had a nice evening. I had a nice. I had dinner. I watched the film Dune. I watched Dune again. Getting Dune pilled again, which I actually enjoyed a lot more the second time watching it than I did the first time. Really, really enjoyed that actually. Rewatching Dune on Monday night. I was feeling pretty good. I was ready to get back to business on Tuesday, the new one, Mondo Michel, the Denis Villeneuve one. And then, so apparently what I think now happened is that I OD'd on this colchicine that I was taking to heal my foot. I didn't spread out the doses enough. I took too much, and on Monday night, like as I was trying to sleep, I started feeling like I really don't feel very well. I really am not feeling very well right now. My skin was kind of crawling. I couldn't get comfortable. My stomach started to get really upset. I couldn't sleep, and I was like, this is really not so good. I'm not feeling so good right now. And yeah, between about the hours of 1:30 a.m. and about 7 a.m. on Monday, had pretty much one of the worst times of my whole life. Just everything, all the contents of like my stomach got violently expelled from my body. We don't need to get into all the details of the specifics of exactly how that worked. But just like a pounding headache Monday night, just absolutely the entire contents of my stomach just like being violently expelled repeatedly over the course of the evening. Like couldn't get back to sleep. I thought I was dying. Like I actually thought, am I dying right now? Like that was a real thought that I was having. It was just about the worst that I've ever felt in my whole life. You know, I was like close to starting to send like goodbye texts to people because I was like, I don't think I'm going to make it through the night. I think I'm going to close my eyes and I'm just not going to wake up. How many hot dogs did you eat? Not that many. And I actually thought it might be some kind of food poisoning because that's kind of what it seemed like, but it wasn't. I think it was related to the medication that I was taking. It was really horrible. Like I was up the whole night. I finally got to sleep at around 7 or 8 a.m. And then when I woke up around 10 or 11, I felt not as nauseous and like I didn't feel quite so bad. But still, like I barely slept it all night. I was still really under the weather. I had no energy, so I just was in bed the entire day yesterday. That's your body purging America. That's right. Yeah. So that's why I didn't stream yesterday. That's why it's Wednesday, and the show was supposed to be back on Monday after my vacation. That's why I'm only coming back today. Because I was in severe, extreme pain. This is your psychic reaction to Trudeau's separation. That's right. Yeah. That's absolutely correct. That's why I'm only here now. But I do feel better now. I have a little bit of soreness in my foot. I went for a bit of a walk today. It's a little bit sore. I'm limping a little bit, but nowhere near the same level of pain. I don't really feel nauseous anymore. I had a nice dinner. I had a nice meal yesterday. When I was staying, I just stayed in bed all day. I ordered some Korean food. I got these like really good chicken cutlets and kimchi and miso soup, which I ate throughout the day yesterday. I had kind of like a movie marathon, which was kind of fun. I'm now because I'm getting ready to see Oppenheimer, so I'm revisiting. I'm doing some Nolan. I'm doing some more Chris Nolan. Revisiting some of the ones that I haven't seen as much. I watched Interstellar again, which I don't love. I don't love Interstellar. I think it's got some big problems, but I watched that. And I also watched Tenet. I watched Tenet last night. Oppenheimer, pretty good. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, I want to see it in IMAX this week, hopefully. Did you watch any Righteous Gemstones? No, but I did download season 1 and 2.
Good old Rob
totally
to,
legally,
talk
of course.
through all this.
Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you, Plunger Man. Thank you for the 22 months of Tier 2. I appreciate that. Did you watch They Cloned Tyrone? No, but I heard it's good, though. I've heard good things. I'll probably watch that. Tenet was too intelligent for me. Well, that's the thing with Nolan and with Tenet in general, is I don't think it's that intelligent at all. I think it's just basically nonsensical. I think any kind of action film you're asking your audience to be like, no, once you watch it 3 or 4 or 5 times, then you kind of get what's going on. I think that you've failed as a storyteller at that point. That's not on the audience to not understand this completely incomprehensible weird story that has no fucking logical sense and has no real effort to create characters that have motivations or these kind of factors that draw you into these stories. There's just zero effort to do that in Tenet. It's just like, here's a bunch of cool shit. Here's a bunch of cool backwards fighting. Like, that's basically what it is. And I liked it. It's fun. I've seen it twice, and the time going backwards thing still makes zero sense. The set pieces are cool. I think that's where I land on it, Jay. It's great to look at. It's fantastic to look at. Beautiful. Like, Nolan is one of the, like him or not, he's one of the only mainstream filmmakers now that makes actual fucking movies. You know? Like, it looks like a fucking movie. It doesn't look like this MCU assembly line green screen thing. Like, it looks fantastic. The story is nonsensical. It's kind of cool. I think it's an interesting comparing it to like Inception, because Inception also has a bunch of like weird mind-bending, reality-bending kind of action sequences. And even if it's a little bit confusing, you still, as the viewer, as the audience, you're watching it and you're like, you understand basically what's going on. And also there's characters like Leo DiCaprio's character has like motivations, and they seem like an actual, they've got like, here's what this character wants. He wants to go back to America to be with his family, and there's this stuff in his past that he's trying to kind of on the run from. It's not super deep or anything like that, but you at least like, okay, I understand what this character is doing. In Tenet, there's just no effort to do any of that. Zero effort to do any of that whatsoever. But it's interesting because I tweeted about this last night. Like, Robert Pattinson, I think, does a lot. Like, his casting is great in Tenet because, like, even though the character is just a zero on the page, there's nothing kind of interesting about the character. There's no backstory. There's no motivation. There's absolutely nothing. But Pattinson just shows up and just kind of makes it weird and fun and interesting in a way that it wouldn't have been if it was a lot of other actors. Pattinson really, like, breathes life into this completely meaningless nothing character. Pattinson run of Good Time to Tenet to the Batman completely changed my opinion on him as an actor. I haven't seen Good Time. I haven't seen The Lighthouse either. I did also rewatch The Batman, though, over the last couple of weeks. I watched that with my kid, and that's another film that I wasn't crazy about the first time I watched it, but liked it a lot more the second time around, and Pattinson is fantastic in it. Pattinson really does elevate it a lot. Really good Batman. I think it's probably the best looking Batman costume as well. I think maybe you could have shaved off about 30 minutes from the film. It's really long. I don't think a Batman movie should be 3 hours long. I like Pattinson in it. I like the kind of murder mystery detective aspect of it, which I think was absent from a lot of the other Batman films. I liked it. I'm looking forward to seeing the next one of those. I was going to say, I'm so pleased I haven't poisoned my perception of movies by watching all these assembly line Marvel products, but even without watching any of that stuff, I still can't stand the modern movie aesthetic and quirks and mannerisms. For sure, the Joss Whedon effect on mainstream American filmmaking has been a disaster. Absolutely. But I think one thing that's kind of cool right now is that filmmaking is kind of moving past that. And I even like a lot of those MCU films. I'm not even like shitting on them that much. I've watched most of them. You know, I like a lot of them, even if I don't think they're perfect. But I think they've had a kind of negative, I think being the big dominant pop culture phenomenon of the last decade has been overall kind of negative thing, even if I don't hate all these movies. I feel like I've been on this diatribe about movies and I lost track of what I was doing. Yeah, Tenet though, I liked it. Like I did think also the lead performance there in Tenet by John David Washington, who I don't think has done a whole lot since then. You know, he's fine. He's charismatic. He's like a super cool, suave guy. But again, it's like you have no nothing about this character. He's just like, he just emerges totally. He's kind of this blank slate. He was fine in it. Pattinson was very entertaining. It looks just fantastic. One thing though as well is that when Christopher Nolan tries to do action, it's so bloodless. Like literally. I would like to see some squibs. If this man does have this dedication to this kind of more old school style filmmaking, I'd like to see some more squibs. Give me some squibs. I would have liked Tenet probably 10 to 15% more if it had squibs in it. Like there's literally, like people get shot and people are getting shot all over the place and it's just completely bloodless, you know? Why not? Just give me some squibs. I don't know. I definitely found it entertaining. It really doesn't make sense, the plot of it. I think it's asking a lot of the audience to like do fucking homework to understand what's going on in your action movie. Can they even make squibs anymore? They must be able to. It's just expensive and annoying to do. Because if you're shooting a scene with the squibs, if it doesn't work, then you have to go, okay, well, it's like a big complicated process. Let's reload that, new costumes, it's a whole day thing. I understand why they don't do it as much anymore from a budget perspective, but fuck, it just looks better. It just looks better. Like we watched Total Recall or RoboCop or one of these old school Verhoeven movies. It's fucking amazing. You know, I need those squibs. There's just the CGI just doesn't do it. Or like what Nolan does, which is just pretending that there's no blood when someone gets shot. Yeah, John Wick would be improved exponentially with squibs. Seeing the guy get lit up by the prototype, RoboCop prototype was sick. It was, yeah. Or the scene in Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger he's in the shootout with Michael Ironside's like thugs on the escalator, and some poor sap gets caught in the middle, and Arnold's using him for like a human shield, and he just gets turned into like fucking hamburger. It's just disgusting, but it's great. It's fantastic to look at. I'd squib that for $1. That's right. Squibs in older movies is like looking upon aqueducts after the fall of the Roman Empire. It just looks better. I understand it's more complicated, it's more expensive, it's more annoying to do if you're a filmmaker. You know, we can shoot this thing and just edit it in all the CGI blood afterwards, and we can get a lot of shooting done in one day. Or we can take an entire day to shoot this one sequence, and if there's one mistake, we got to reload everything and go. But it looks better. Looks better. What do you want me to tell you? It does. You know? And anyway, like it's not like a ratings thing. If Nolan has this dedication to old school filmmaking, film shooting with film, and that's another thing as well that I think needs to it just looks better. Shooting on film. I understand not every movie can shoot with the IMAX and do the kind of crazy shit that Nolan does, but like it just looks better, folks. It does. Even though it's way more annoying. Obviously, shooting with film, but it looks like a fucking movie. I want my movies to look like movies. Let's make movies look like movies again.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Slurp slurp asterisk im. TRRS so good. Gang gang.
Thank you, Squatch. Thank you, Squatch. 28 months of Tier 2 from Squatch Drew. Thank you for all the support, Squatch. I appreciate it a lot. Is this old man yells at clouds segment? I'm just talking about films, talking about movies. You know, I got thoughts, Stackadoon. I got thoughts. And it's just unmistakable. We're going to see it tonight in The Abyss, 1989's The Abyss, which we're watching in the Discord server tonight. And please join the TRRS Discord server so you can watch that. But you're going to see like just this, the old school techniques that psychos like Cameron were doing, shooting this entire film in like a tank rather than doing some kind of like way to faking it. It just looks better. It does. A lot of like just random low budget comedies from the 80s look better than a lot of like modern $200 million blockbusters because they're just shot on film and they're shot and lit competently by actual filmmakers. And it's not just like, oh yeah, they'll fix everything in post. Oh yeah, add in all the extras in post, whatever. We can't afford it. You think we can afford to pay extras walking around behind the scene? We're shooting the scene in a bar. Just do it green screen, animate in a bunch of people. We don't have to pay them. We don't have to pay the animators. It looks like shit. A lot of like random low budget 80s comedies just look fantastic because they look like movies. They're shot on film and they're lit and staged competently by people that know how to make films. And we don't have a lot of that now. Pay 3 people for motion capture, just copy and paste it. Yeah, or like what they want to do now is just like have like perpetual licenses for people's images that they can just animate in the background and you don't have to pay extras anymore. Like it's ridiculous. The state of art in 2023. Well, that's the kind of thing that I'm mentioning, though, is that it does seem like with the Nolan movies, with the Mission Impossible movies, and with the fact that there seems to be like a Marvel fatigue setting in, there is, I think, a sort of return to more traditional filmmaking methods that I think is going to mean good things. Camera tech being so good that everything looks like a High School Musical doesn't help. It's so weird to watch like a 90s movie on a 4K TV. That's as true. It's like as well, you see like it's so clear that it looks worse in a way is because you see the makeup and you see all the artifice behind it. It was the same thing with like when they did The Hobbit and they were like, we're going to do it at 48 frames per second. And it looked worse. It looked like old, like weird old British TV. You can see all the makeup and it just doesn't look like, it looks weird and unsettling. To be fair, Nolan likes things to look realistic, as far as I know, entry wounds don't often really spray blood IRL, and pistol rounds often don't exit the body. I still got to see those squibs, I'm sorry. You just, whether it's realistic or not, you look at a gunfight in Total Recall versus a gunfight in like Inception, for example, and just tell me which is more entertaining to watch, you know? I gotta have those squibs. You know, y'all are a bunch of hypocrites. You hem and haw about movies needing to be shot in reality without CGI. When Alec Baldwin brings that sort of dedication to the set, well, now he's a murderer and bad. I know. And I know Marty, aka Outrun, likes and supports every single thing that Alec Baldwin does. And, you know, I don't always agree, but, you know, you can count agree to disagree on that.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Here's some AI movie prompts to help make your AI movie look like shit. A thread.
Ben, thank you for the 11 months of Tier 1. Very close to the 1-year sub badge, Ben. Very, very close to the 1-year sub badge. I appreciate it. Thank you. So that's it. I caught up on my movies. Interstellar was the other one that I watched again, which again, I don't love Interstellar. There's some stuff in there that I enjoy. My big problem with Interstellar was that I read the original script. The original script by John Nolan and the Kip Thorne, who's a physicist, wrote the original script. And I remember reading it before the film came out and being really excited to see the movie. And then a lot of the stuff from the script, Nolan changed a lot, and I did not like any of the changes at all. The original script had me really, really excited, and I thought Nolan made the actual film a lot worse by changing the original script quite a bit. Even though there's some stuff in there that I like, it also looks fantastic. Did I say Rip Thorne or did I say Kip Thorne? I think I said it correctly, but now I'm second guessing myself, Sean. No, I haven't seen that, Dimitri. What did they change? I think the main thing is in...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rib here to talk us through all this.
Hell yeah, I am. That's right, Sunny Sola. Thank you for the 14 months resub at tier 2. Thanks, Sunny Sola. I appreciate it. I know someone who watched it shortly after their father passed away and didn't know what they were getting into with that movie. Well, it does tug on the heartstrings, definitely a lot. And they changed a lot. I think the main thing that I would have to read it again. The main thing that I remember is they only go to one planet.
You can count on me.
They go through this wormhole or whatever, and they visit one planet. Sunny Sola, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Heck yeah, I appreciate that, Sunny Sola. Thank you. They only visit one planet, and it's like the one planet that they visit is like really weird and interesting and totally foreign and alien, and there's these weird like geometric beings that live there that are just like, it felt like really weird and different. And then in the film that they actually go to, it's just like there's a water planet, there's an ice planet, and it's not really like that inventive. There's this whole thing with like this competing Chinese base on this other planet, there's a whole subplot about that, which I think is interesting as well. And I think it's true too that like you can't do a film about like this future where the humanity is in jeopardy and like and like they're coming up with these last ditch efforts to save humanity and just not even mention China's existence at all. And really it's NASA and it's America planting the American flag on all these planets and stuff. There's so many American flags in Inception. I think you can't just pretend that China doesn't exist in this situation, which the original script does not do. And there is the family melodrama in it, but I think Nolan really cranked that up. The whole like Tesseract thing in the end with the bookcase, that was all added. That was all part of the new script, which some people really liked it. It's definitely very emotional. This whole like love is the real connection between people. That's team, and it's like it's very trite and kind of like thematically kind of not very interesting. I would definitely recommend seeking out that original script. It's really good. Do you know about the 3-body problem that will be on Netflix this year? I think I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I know I'm familiar with it. I don't know a lot about it. I've never read the books or anything, but I am familiar with it. I'm looking forward to seeing the adaptation of that. It makes dumb guys feel smart. And that's a big thing of Nolan's whole appeal, right? And I like Nolan. I think even if I don't like every single movie that he makes, I admire and respect his dedication to making movies that look like movies. I am looking forward to seeing Oppenheimer. I've heard really good things about that. Nolan was trying to one-up Spielberg's AI. That's something that I would like to revisit as well, AI, because that was originally supposed to be a Kubrick thing that Spielberg took over, and I think he also changed it in ways that were not so good. But that's the whole thing with Interstellar or with Tenet. it does have this very like, oh, you need to be like, it's a very kind of Reddit. You need to be like cerebral and intelligent in order to understand it. But really, it's not. Really, it's just a bunch of nonsense. I would like to see For All Mankind, even though I'm not expecting it to be very generous to the whole Soviet question. Although some people that I really like enjoy it a lot, so I'll probably still check it out. Inception taught me how dreams work. I mean, even Inception, even though I like it, great cast, it looks fantastic, really cool and inventive action sequences. The whole idea of like these dreams and the different levels of dreams, and it's like you're going, it's just basically a different like James Bond video game level each time. And it's like you have this dream machine, but how does it work when you go into the dream and you plug someone into the machine that's not, it just doesn't make sense. It's the same with Tenet, but you can still watch it and enjoy it and think that it looks cool. There was actually a funny moment in Tenet as well when they literally say, like, there's literally the scientist in the beginning of the film that's explaining the logic of how the whole time travel thing works, and she's literally like, don't try and understand it. And that's like Nolan saying to the audience, just like, turn your brain, don't actually think about this, don't think about the logic of any of this, just enjoy the cool stuff that you're going to see in this movie. There was a scene like that in Looper, which I did appreciate. I have a conflicted feelings about Looper because I really liked Rian Johnson. I liked Brick a lot. I was really excited to see Looper. I went and saw it in the theater, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, she says, please just don't think about it, just watch. Exactly. She literally says that to the audience. I tried to rewatch Looper a couple months ago, though, and I just couldn't even get through it, though. I think generally, like, with Looper, it just loses me when it's talking in the beginning of the movie about this is how they assassinate people in the future. And it's just like, this is so stupid. This is the stupidest, most convoluted way to assassinate somebody, regardless of whatever logic you're trying to attach to it. There's no way you're going to make me believe that the easiest way and the best way to assassinate someone in the future is to send them back in time so someone can just get rid of them with their blunderbuss or whatever it is. I just don't buy that as a basic. If you don't buy that basic idea, then the whole movie just falls apart. Nolan strikes me as someone who wants to be an artist on the level of Kubrick, but his films are dragged down by star casting and formula elements intended to secure the mass audience. I think Nolan's first Batman was a superior superhero movie. I definitely think the first Batman Begins, there's more of an effort to make it seem more like a comic book thing, which he kind of eventually just totally ditched. He also has very liberal politics as well, which is just inescapable. It's not like, whereas Kubrick's movies were subversive and interesting and thematically, I think, really relevant. Nolan's just nowhere near as interesting, even though he really wants to be. He's just nowhere near as interesting. It's because everyone is genetically tracked in the future or something, so you need to take them where they don't exist yet. Yeah, no, I guess, I guess. Sure. It still seems like a really complex and convoluted way just to, like, get rid of someone. It does. Knives Out 2 is the corniest shit ever, but entertaining. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. As I think you all know, my feelings of Last Jedi. I'm a Last Jedi bad person, and I'm going to stick with that. That definitely... as I've talked about before, I was very excited for Last Jedi. Because I liked Rian Johnson. I was like, hell yeah, Rian Johnson, Star Wars, this looks fantastic. And I was in the theater just being like, I hate this. This sucks. No, we're not getting into the Star Wars discourse. We're not doing this. I'm just saying that I was disappointed by Last Jedi. I didn't like it, and it colored my perceptions of Rian Johnson as a filmmaker. Talk about liberal politics. Talk about lib politics. Inserting that into Last Jedi was, I think, a disastrous move on Rian Johnson's part. Anyway, we don't need to do Star Wars discourse. I'm simply saying that I did not like Last Jedi, and it colored my perceptions of Rian Johnson as a filmmaker. There's only Andor in my headcanon after the 80s. Andor was just fantastic. And I think an example of how you can do a modern Star Wars story and make it interesting and give it genuinely kind of subversive and radical politics as well, which I think a Star Wars film should have. Whereas Last Jedi, which was like a Still With Her allegory about like Bernie Bros. It was too much. It was Twitter. It was like Twitter discourse in a mainstream Star Wars movie. That's not what I want to see when I watch a Star Wars film. But we're not doing Star Wars discourse, that's right. All the Star Wars sequels were so disappointing, zero direction, throwing a dart at random ideas that turned the final movie into a Reddit-written piece of junk. The final one was truly terrible. It was truly terrible. If we're moving on, have you seen the major crime the Winnipeg police are investigating? Yeah, it was someone who was doing like some mean... People are being mean to the police, and that's the thing that they need to be focusing on right now. Rather than searching the landfill, they're like, people are spray painting, search the landfill. Well, why don't you just search it then? And then they won't be doing that. Cops are such unbelievable babies. We've got the Toronto Police Union being like, oh, we shot our police dog. Why isn't Olivia Chow saying sorry to us and hugging us? Our jobs are so hard and everyone's so mean to us. Just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Baby shit. And then they have this big, massive funeral for the police dog that they themselves... And we all know that they shot the police dog, right? Like, we can acknowledge that.
You can count on me.
We can acknowledge that.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Good afternoon, Rob and chat. I hope your day is well.
Thank you, NV Adams. Thanks for the 11 months of Tier 1. Very close to the 1-year badge. NV Adams, thank you for that. Yeah, and then they do this huge, like, state funeral for the fucking dog that they themselves killed. And then they're complaining to the mayor, being like, we shot our police dog and you're being mean to... You're not being nice enough to us. Like, who else acts like this? What other workers act like this? People are not nice enough to us. Do pizza delivery drivers do this? That's a dangerous job. In fact, it's more dangerous than being a police officer. Do construction workers do that? Everyone's being so mean to us. Why don't people respect us? No one else acts like this. It's only police officers. It's so embarrassing. He's a week shy of retirement. Exactly. That dog was a week shy of retirement. People get so up in arms about this. Like, we should not be putting making dogs police officers in the first place. We can watch the cop slide. We can do that. And then they do this big, like, state funeral for the fucking dog that they shot, and then they're complaining that people are being mean to them. Their job's so dangerous. It wouldn't be dangerous if you weren't murdering dogs all the fucking time. How about that? Cops absolutely love shooting dogs. It's like one of the main things that they do. They absolutely love it. It's one of their favorite things to do. Did BPD hold a ceremony for the slide cop? No, they came back and they shot up the slide with automatic weapons. Even people who I know that stand for the Pledge of Allegiance are laughing at the cop slide. This is just one of those things that's like, it's impossible not to laugh at. Like, regardless of your political affiliation. You know? It's a requirement of the job to ask for fealty at every turn and to shoot dogs and also beating their spouses as well, of course, yes. Yeah, Winnipeg police got the major crimes unit on a bunch of graffiti along the World Cup Games marathon route. This is a few days after getting their forensics unit to investigate a bunch of red handprints on their headquarters. As part of a landfill search protest, which they still refuse to actually just do, which would probably alleviate some of these protests if they did the thing that people are demanding them, because they know they'll absolutely find things that they don't want to be found in this landfill. We don't need to look too hard and research too hard to understand not just like Winnipeg police's role in not investigating the disappearance or possible murder of Indigenous people, but actually being directly involved with the disappearances themselves. It's one of the main functions for what the police do in Canada, in addition to shooting dogs, beating their spouses, crying all the time and asking for fealty, and also disappearing and murdering Indigenous people and locking them up disproportionately as well. And the Winnipeg Police Department knows all about that. I also want the background of what the cop was investigating on the slide. Well, my understanding was that he was like trying to like hang out with some local kids, local community members. Oh, we're going to go in the slide. We're going to have fun in the slide. I just don't. Here's my question before we look at this. I don't understand like the physics of what we're about to see here. Like, truly, I don't understand how a human being can go on this slide and end up like this. That's what I was just going to ask. What was he doing there? Obviously being deficient in his duties. Hey, Super, what's going on? Yeah, no, it's like
you can count on
hanging out with some local kids.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh hell yeah, got here for the best bit.
Fart Party 69, thank you very much for the 17 months tier 1. I appreciate you. Fart Party 69. There's one, yeah, there's this one, there's the reverse one, and there's one that I saw today that someone did where he comes out of the slide and then gets sucked up into another slide immediately, which is very well. We'll take a look at that as well. But here's the clip though, and let's look at this just a couple times so we can really analyze this. We should be analyzing this like the fucking Zapruder film here. Okay, here it is.
Why was it so
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Officer down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've watched it many times already, but I haven't. I think watching it with an audience like this is kind of like allowing me to relive it for the first time. Weenus. Thank you, thank you, Weenus. 23 months of Prime from Weenus of Lore. Oh, I'm fucking crying. I'm actually crying. Thank you, Weenus. Very close to the 24-month, highly elite, highly exclusive 2-year TRRS shimmering golden sub badge. Thank you, Weenus. Oh. Like, what is going on here? I genuinely do not understand how any human being comes out of the slide like that. I really don't. I don't get it. Every fucking time it pops me. It's so fantastic.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Like a bag of shit.
Thank you, Pete Cicada, for the 8 months to tier 1. Thank you. They're already left from the ice machine sounds he was making. Oh. My goodness. Sorry. Oh. Oh my god. What is going on there? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. You could throw not even a mannequin, but like a crash test dummy with like an actual human weight 100 times and just never recreate this. Take care, Nedlock. Thank you. Oh my god. It's like I'm surprised. And by the way, it's so X.com. I haven't even talked about that. X. Oh, it's called X. Oh, that's so cool. Every single time I go to look at my browser tab, I think it's a fucking porn tab. Thanks, Elon. Really cool. Oh, it's called X.com. Oh. This was my favorite. I was talking about Tenet. This was my favorite scene in Tenet, though, I have to admit. You know, like I was saying, the plot is kind of nonsensical, but this was my favorite moment in the film for sure. I wish this had been shot on IMAX, actually. This needs some squibs, absolutely. Yeah, unlikely of Nolan to humiliate cops like that. That's true. Yeah, that is true. I wonder if... Huh. Would be poetic if the head injury he endured was from his own killing weaponry smacking him in the head as he fell. That's another very funny part of the clip, too. All the handcuffs and the gun just going flying. That's really good. God, it's every time he comes out of the slide, though. Like, the reverse is fun. I enjoy it, but I'm surprised every time that he comes out. I'm never used to it. I'm never used to it. Okay, here's the slide. It is indeed a long ass slide. But still, though, I feel like I could go in that slide and just exit it with dignity. You know? How hard is it to go down a slide without completely humiliating yourself? You know what I mean? I would bet my house I could go down that slide without eating shit as bad as that cop. Absolutely, me too. Me too. Okay, I'm gonna try to do something here. This is maybe a little crazy. I'm gonna try to do something here. Just bear with me here. Will this bit be worth it? I don't know. I don't know if it will. We're gonna try something here though. Okay? I'm gonna put myself over here. Okay, just one sec. Okay, just bear with me. Bear with me here. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my. It went down easy. Went right down there. Let me try this. It's hard to do this. It's hard to time this. It's hard to time this. I'm going to try one more time. Oh. Tasty. Oh. I had to try and see if I could make that work. Hold it in. I can do. You do the bong voice. You do the bong voice.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Woo a a a a a a a a a a a h h h h h.
Orb Lady. Hello, Orb Lady. Thank you for the 22 months of Tier 1. I appreciate that's so kind of you. Thank you. Did you just see me do the cop bong rip? Okay, good. Good. I'm glad. Okay, let me try to find. I'm gonna try and find the. There's another one that you folks maybe haven't seen. I don't know if you've seen it. Okay, here we go. This is good.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Gen X Bushy, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you, Gen X Bushy. I appreciate that. Thank you. Look at that. We're already at the sub goal today. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Although I got to make up for lost time here. I had been hustling enough before my vacation that it didn't put as much of a dent into the old sub count, but I'm going to keep hustling. I'm going to be here for a couple hours today. I'm going to do all day tomorrow, probably all day Friday as well. I don't have the jackass gene. All that is to say that, like, we got the sub goal, then that's absolutely fantastic. But it's only more of like a guideline. It's not a hard and fast limit. You know, it's not a hard and fast limit into the amount of subs that we can accumulate. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I don't have the jackass gene, so I don't even chuckle at the cop falling down the slide, but it did feel Schadenfreude. But when it was reversed, I got myself a healthy little laugh. How about this? Is this doing anything for you? This needs like a... Okay, you know, this is a good... I got a good soundtrack to go with this. I got a good soundtrack to go with this. First, I'm going to put this in another window. No, that's not what I wanted. There's no way to make this like full screen, I guess. How about this? Oh. The cop is going through a rough time at his precinct as a result of this. That might be the best part of it all. I think that's what we were saying before. I think people of all backgrounds, even other cops, are admitting that it's hilarious. Like, and he should be going through a hard time because he's brought shame on his colleagues. He's brought shame on his colleagues and his profession for this. It's like we're watching a single X-rayed area of a giant particle collider where a cop particle is being accelerated. Yeah, just run him through that tube over and over again, faster and faster and faster. Start colliding him with other cops and just kind of see what happens. Write down what happens. They're going to make him commit cop seppuku. And that would be a damn shame. A damn shame. Yes, we are indeed talking about the cop that fell out of the slide. I guess you just missed that. We just did a number of different yellow bee. We did a number of different angles and of that. I do really think the original is still the best. I enjoy all the different angles. I like the reversed one. I like the GIFs. I like all the additions. But the original to me is the best because there's this element of surprise. There's a good... Look, there's 6 entire seconds. 5 seconds. There's 5 whole seconds where you don't really know what you're going to see. You know? You hear some giggling, chuckling. You hear some clanking around. You don't really know. And then I think it really increases the enjoyment, the enjoyability of it. You don't really know what's going to happen. And I swear, as many times as I've watched it, I'm still surprised every time. I'm still surprised every single time when he emerges. Because I just don't get it. I just don't understand physically what is going on. I really don't get it.
Why was it so Why was it so Why was it so
Oh. Oh, man. This is literally the worst way a human could go down the slide. The most possible pain inflicted. Fuck. That is just fantastic. I'm sure if we look up this guy's record, he's got a long record of like people of abuse complaints, and there's not a doubt in my mind. Chin chin, folks. We need a camera angle inside the slide. I want to hold full length documentary on this. I want an oral history. The body cam footage, yes. Please. His dreams of being an Olympic luge athlete have been dashed. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Jay, we'll get to that. We'll get to the Drumpf stuff. We'll talk about the Drumpf indictment stuff. There's a couple things I want to get to, like actual serious topics that I would like to get to today. I would like to talk about what's happening in Africa, and we can talk a little bit about the Trump indictment stuff as well. Mentally, I'm not quite there yet. Oh. It's not Trump indictment. It's an incredible transcript from a sexual harassment lawsuit. Okay, I forgot that Giuliani's got a number of other different things going on. Trump stuff. We got to talk about it, Squatch. We got to talk about it. But not yet. We don't have to yet. Again, I'm here all day. I got a podcast. I don't think I'm going to do the podcast live, the Insurgents podcast, but I'm going to be here at least till like 6:30 today, I think. And tomorrow all day. All right? This is my promise to you, the audience, the viewer, the listener. We're going all day tomorrow. We're doing it's a TRRS marathon. What a treat. Thank you, Mac. I know for all our since Mac is at work, one of our dedicated time theft soldiers, I know for our dedicated time theft soldiers, they appreciate more. They want more of this stream. And I'm going to give it to you. This website's waiting for a new class of streamer. Daycare is open. That's how you see us, Rob. I'm shocked and appalled. I'm lying on my back on the floor, kicking and screaming, getting all red-faced. I would never even dream of talking about the chat like that. I like Dwight's perspective on things. Dwight's fantastic. Yeah, I love Dwight. Not a gamer, though, unfortunately. Yes, Dwight from The Office. That's right. My father was a drinker and a fiend. One night, he goes off crazier than usual. Mom gets a kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that. Not one bit. We don't need to do the whole thing. This is not Monologue Monday.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Why so serious?
Thank you, Ian. 23 months of Tier 1 from Ian DJ Cooper. Very, very close. To the 24-month, highly elite, highly exclusive, 2-year, shimmering golden sub badge. You clearly had a wonderful vacation. I mean, I did. I did have a wonderful vacation until the point that I was in extreme pain for multiple days and then almost died. The vacation itself was good, but that part was not so great. That was not ideal. Have you seen Dwight? He is a cutie. Yeah, I would say he is. Yep. Absolutely. He's almost a little too threatening, you know? Gotta keep it at arm's length, or perhaps engage in some kind of subterfuge or sabotage. As I did with Marty's Blue Sky account. Marty was getting a little too big for his britches and was challenging a certain someone. If only we could get to the bottom of the big mystery of who sabotaged Marty's Blue Sky account. Oh, shucks. I just don't know. Whoever could have done such a thing? It was an inside job. A second Marty account has been nuked off Blue Sky. No, I would not do that. I am a petty person. I'm not going to deny that I am. I'm not that petty, though. That's not something that I would ever do. And I was being genuine when I talked about how I was proud of Marty for becoming such a important figure in that community, even if I was mad a little bit. I was just a little bit mad, okay? Just a little bit. Am I allowed to be a little bit mad? Is that okay? You'd be a little bit mad as a treat. But I would not go to those lengths. It's very funny to joke about, though. Yeah, Rob is the HW to Marty's JFK. Absolutely. I want you to know that I'm fiercely loyal to you and certainly will not back the first even remotely capable contender, because it would amuse me. Glad to hear that, Sean. Happy to hear that. The integrity of TRRS leadership is what matters. We need to ensure a rapid transition of powers so things stay up and running. No, actually, I think it's more important to back a strong man. A strong man, kind of like authoritarian figure that can ensure that the community can survive despite the internal and external attacks. You need a central figure in charge there with unimpeachable authority. That's the only real way that you can make this work. Otherwise, it falls apart. The whole thing falls apart. Is that what you want? Oh, man. That cop slide thing just does not stop being funny. That really got me going, actually. I have a little bit of a sniffly nose. I'm just going to go blow my nose, folks. I'll be back in one moment, okay?
Oh, fuck. Why was it so 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 Oh, fuck. Why was it so
If you can just give me I'm just going to leave this on for a few moments, folks. I'm going to get my lunch ready here. I haven't had lunch yet. I'll be right back.
Oh, fuck. Why was it so 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 Fuck. Why was it so
Sorry. I'm hoping that was one of those things when you leave it on for an extended period that it becomes less funny, but then becomes more and more funny again. You know, one of those things. You know who does that bit better than anybody is Jesse Hawken. He's the master of that. He just beats a bit into the fucking ground until it's the furthest thing from being funny. But then as he continues to do it long after it's become funny, it slowly becomes very funny again. Having now watched this 1,000,000 times, I'm convinced the cop got testicular torsion when his groin connected with the rim of the open part of the slide. Jesse Hawkins he's my friend from Twitter. I've been on his podcast a bunch of times, and he's been on this show before as well. But yeah, Andy Kaufman obviously is in terms of like the big comedic giants that did that kind of thing. Now that I'm able to walk a little bit, I was able to go to the Korean grocery today. So here's my lunch. It's some kimbap. It's some kimbap and kimchi as well. I really have this profound love for Korean food, which I didn't really eat a whole lot prior to like the last year or so. And now I just love it. I had Korean yesterday. Well, it's not sushi, it's kimbap, which is like Korean sushi. It's a little bit different. Kimchi especially, I had never really eaten before, and now I eat kimchi all the time. It was really helpful yesterday as well, because my stomach was so raw from fucking throwing up so much. And it really helped me to feel better. I eat it all the time. It's really cool that I live in this neighborhood where I have access to so much fresh kimchi like at all times. That's so great. It's so versatile, kimchi. It's good like eating it in front of the fridge at 1:30 in the morning. It's good as a side. It's good like in a ramen. I really just enjoy it. Oh no, Jay. He's going to parlay this incident into 10 years of full disability pay. Now that you're speaking that into existence, that's the one thing that could make this less funny. This cop's going to retire next year in full pension because of his disability and the mental distress he suffered from everyone laughing at him. I did see your fridge, Sean. Looking good. Looking good. That is so good. God damn. What's everyone else doing for lunch today? What's everyone else got going? Let's hear it. Post lunch. It's not like he was on official police duty. He's just goofing around on a slide. Does that even matter? He was on duty and he's like, oh, I'm doing community policing, hanging out with kids and making them smile and laugh. And for this, I'm physically disabled and mentally traumatized from all the laughter and mockery. Husband's birthday cake. That sounds nice. A couple of ham and turkey buns. Good. Leftover jambalaya. Nice. Marty, I really want to come visit. Seriously. You and Clueless were talking about some of the food snacks situation there, and I was very intrigued. I want to make this happen someday. Making an Italian sandwich like that annoying TikTok guy. Very nice. Tomatoes from the garden. That guy. Toaster oven work hot dogs. That sounds wonderful. Toaster oven, that's fancy. Let's not make it too fancy here. Oh boy. Cut up a pineapple that I'm going to put in a lasagna. That, I gotta say, that sounds a little weird to me. I love pineapple. I love lasagna. I love pineapple on pizza. I might have to draw the line there, though. I might have to draw the line in terms of my pineapple appreciation. Rice, quinoa, beans, chicken, and corn with cilantro lime sauce. That sounds lovely. A salad with a bunch of stuff from the garden. Very good. Half of a pied de sapo, toad skin, melon for lunch today. That is interesting. A toad skin melon. Of course, I'm a big time pineapple pizza enjoyer. I love a nice pineapple pizza. I would try it in the lasagna for sure, but to me, I'm not sold just on the idea alone. I'll say that much. Trying really hard not to get this kimchi or chili crisp on my pristine white Avatar t-shirt. This is a really good lunch. Very nice. Well, sounds like people have some pretty decent lunches going. I'm happy to hear it. Ugh. My throat still feels raw from fucking throwing up so much the other night. That was really miserable. Not to keep talking about this, but God. Really awful. No, it's amazing. Yeah, for a shitty stomach. Absolutely, Venus. It really helped yesterday. I had my miso soup and my kimchi yesterday, and it like revitalized me. I really need to turn off the noise gate from when I do this. You can hear the chewing and the mastication sounds. audio only gang is missing out in these moments. How's that? Is that better? Well, dang, this is what the people want. Especially Mac at work, I think, is the main person. Absolutely loves that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm finished. I will stop torturing you. I'm finished. That was really good. That was a really nice lunch, I gotta say. Pretty cost effective too. It's at the grocery right down the couple blocks away from me. I think it's like $6.99 for a big tub of kimchi, and I think the roll is like $9 or something. Excuse me. Oh, this is good stuff. All right, I'm done now. I think I'm done being disgusting and revolting and repulsive. We'll see. No guarantees. Rob's lunch was both a dollar and pound bargain. Who tweeted? Was it Jeb Bush that tweeted that? Or it was like Newt Gingrich? Or was the conservative ghoul that tweeted about that? Gingrich, yeah. Him and his wife are low-key pretty entertaining on Twitter. McDonald's grilled chicken McWrap at 250 calories is both a dollar and pound bargain. I do love McDonald's, it's true. As you know. I'm just going to get my water, okay? I'm going to get my water, then I'm going to be all set. Okay. I'm back. I'm just wondering what to transition into here. Like, do we stick with the kind of the bullshit and chit chat vibe? I would like to get a little bit, try to get serious, and I really do want to talk about what's going on in Africa right now, because it's really interesting and really kind of exciting, actually, and I think really pertinent to a lot of the stuff that we like to talk about on here. So can I transition into the silliness of the previous 2 hours into a serious discussion of the like decolonial revolutionary movements that are going on in Africa right now. Or we could do a whole 90-minute segment on Hunter Biden. I'm insanely hungry for Korean food now. That was honestly up the reds. Like, that was a top tier lunch that I just had. Top tier. Either that, or we could talk about Star Wars discourse for the next couple hours as well. Do you want to look at this Giuliani transcript really quick? I did say I opened it and saved it. I can't tell what anything is because of fucking X.com. I keep looking for my Twitter links and it's like, oh, it's this black, ugly X.com logo. I see. Transcript of an audio tape filed in the lawsuit by his former assistant. Not hearsay, not her saying it. Rudy's voice on tape. Trump's friend, lawyer, and nightly guest of right-wing media. That's America's mayor. You all should be so proud to stand with Rudy. Mr. Giuliani. I don't think I can do like a Giuliani impression. Says, come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me. Indiscernible. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. Ms. Dunphy. Oh yeah. Mr. Giuliani. These breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or they give you business cards. These are mine. You got it? Ms. Dunphy. Yes. Mr. Giuliani. Understand? I am very fucking possessive. I've gone easy on you. Ms. Dunphy. I don't know. Mr. Giuliani. I've been easy on you. Ms. Dunphy. You're pretty tough on me. Mr. Giuliani. I've been easy on you.
Count on me. You're gonna have
Give
good
them
old
to me.
Rob to talk
Ms.
through all
Dunphy.
this.
Maybe. That's a tier 1 ladies man right
You've
there.
just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Hey, Jamo, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Jameson, thanks for the 30 months of tier 1. I really appreciate that. And 5 gifted subs on top of that. Oh my goodness. Jameson, thank you for that. Very, very kind of you. And hello, Husker, as well. I mean, the thing about this transcript, though, is that whether whatever you want to say about Rudy Giuliani, you know, whether you agree with his politics or not, he is hot as fuck, you know? He just exudes, like, masculinity and sex appeal, so I understand, like, how this would be appealing to a woman, you know? He's just an extremely extractive man. He's just an extremely attractive man. There's no denying that. Boobies, so good. Yes, yes, yes. You know, and like this is just a transcript. This is what raw animal magnetism sounds like, you know? Look at this guy. Hey, come here, big tits. That's what he's saying. Ugh. Hey, come here, big tits. Those are my tits. You understand? I'm very possessive. Ugh. Ugh. We're back. We're back, folks. We're so back. Yo, didn't this guy bang his cousin or whatnot? Something like that. Courtship has been banned by the woke mob. You're not even allowed to flirt anymore without being canceled. I'm in need of some daycare now. Well, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, Risk Inverse. He does look like Penguin from Batman Returns. The thing is, Danny DeVito, who's like kind of like a, you know, he's short and stocky, bald man, but not unattractive, I don't think. Maybe now he's a bit of a, he's older, it's different, but in the 90s, you know. But was like, in order to look like a creepy weirdo, the Penguin, he's just slathered under all kinds of makeup and prosthetics. This is no makeup. This is no makeup whatsoever. Well, it's a compliment. I'm not allowed to like things anymore. Oh. I liked, on a side note, I liked Colin Farrell's Penguin in the Batman as well, as being in that kind of a vibe. What are you showing me here? Come on! He was great. Yeah. That was
We
fantastic.
simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
In order to look like Giuliani looks like now, they had to put 50 pounds of makeup on Danny. Is what I'm saying. Thank you, Dimitri, for the 100 friend coin. People Magazine, its annual Sexiest Man Alive issue, has named U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, 70, the sexiest cabinet member. I mean, I wouldn't say Rumsfeld was the sexiest Bush administration member, but he's at least, like, not a grotesque monster, you know? I wouldn't put him, I would probably put W as well. He's a handsome guy. I would put him above Rumsfeld. Not a particularly handsome cabinet. Hey, chat, himbo means dumb guy. I mean, I would say it's like a physical thing as well, though. A himbo. It's like a dumb hot guy. Like me. Right, chat? Like a dumb hunk. Exactly. I've heard it also has a sign of high emotional intelligence. Okay, that's interesting. I guess. That's what you're doing in Jersey, a guest spot on the shore. I think I would fit right in there. I think I would totally fit in there. I think I should go on one of those shows. I think when they do, like, sometimes they do like Canadian Big Brother or whatever, I think I should apply. I think I would have a chance of getting in there. I don't think it would be a lock or anything. I think I would have a chance of getting on Canadian Big Brother, though, if they did that again. Would you watch that, chat? I think I would do okay in that situation. Even if I was out first, I mean, it would be a funny experiment. A funny experience. There would be no experimenting going on, though. All your roommates would be looking up your social media and trying to confront you to create drama. I think with either that or with Survivor, my main strategy, and like this will be used against me if I ever like end up in this situation, but I think I would be like my normal like self, where people think I'm like very harmless and like just a nice guy. And I don't want to have drama with anyone. I don't want to have any kind of. But meanwhile, in the behind the scenes, I'd just be stabbing everyone right in the back. You know, I would keep my like, shucks, Canadian nice guy over here. Oh boy, jeepers, what are we doing here? And I would just be ruthless, just ruthless behind the scenes. That would be my strategy. Like, we can't get rid of Rob. Look at him, he's a nice guy. It'd be so mean to do that. Oh, shucks, you can't get rid of me. Boop, 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 boop. Meanwhile, I'm turning everyone against each other. I have a connection at Canadian Big Brother. Okay, good. Well, Mac, you can hook me up here. I'm not just a nobody. I'm a social media personality. Okay, that's interesting. That's a fun angle. Wouldn't everyone be Canadian though? That's true. That is true. But I can put on the shucks, harmless guy act routine. It would be great on Survivor because I have no fucking idea how to do any like survival skills. I have no idea whatsoever of how to start a fire, how to build a shelter, how to hunt, fish. I'm physically fucking disabled. So it'd be all charm. That'd be the only thing that was carrying me through there. Turning on the Rob charm. Everyone's like, we can't get rid of this guy. Look at him. He's just useless. I feel too bad. Playing the dumb nice guy angle is how Gabler won Survivor in season 43, so it's a proven tactic that works. I've not seen so much Survivor. It's like I used to love it too. Like when it originally came out, season 2 in the Australian Outback, I watched every single episode and I was so into it. If I was on Survivor, I'd be riding the zip line in the pool the whole time until I got voted off. I think you're just here for the zip line. Don't send me home. I got stuff in my life that I don't like. I don't remember the actual bit. Yeah, I haven't seen it in years, Matt. I became a spearfisher. I'm just no good at any of that shit. Do the naked and afraid and just lie about all your survival skills. I just think my body would be too distracting for people. I think it would be unfair to the other competitors. My tanned body would intimidate everybody else, and it would be distracting to the viewers as well. And I think it would be unfair. It would go against the sanctity of naked and afraid. You should try and get on the Canadian version of Documental. What's that? Famous Fox News troll dominates Big Brother. Exactly. That's a story. Like that's an angle. The producers love that kind of shit. I would simply be naked and unafraid and win the show. Easy. No problem. They'd probably pick you for one of the Canadian shows. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, I don't think they would pick me for sure, but I don't think they would just discard me right away. I would at least be in the conversation. you know? I would at least have a chance. The best part about the show Alone is how almost every season there's a cop that quits in the first couple days because they're pussies. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That's absolutely correct. You can get on Man Tracker. What's Man Tracker? What is that? I haven't watched that. I have no idea. I've never heard of Man Tracker before. No. A lot of people seem pretty into this. Some guy in a horse hunts you down. That doesn't sound fun. I don't think I would do that well on that at all. People are set loose in the wild and given a checkpoint to reach, and a guy hunts them down using only his tracking skills. Jesus. It would probably be entertaining because of how bad at that I would be, but... You want to see me get lassoed? These are the sick people in this community. You just want to see me get humiliated. Just get naked and intimidate them. I'll track you. How about that? You're not going to track me. I'll fucking track you, sir. I should take another moment to remind people too, if you're just getting there, I flip it on them, exactly. If you're just getting here, we got a great movie night tonight in the TRRS Discord server with James Cameron's underrated 1989 film, The Abyss, which I have not seen in a long time. I don't think I've seen The Abyss in like 20 years. As much of a James Cameron fanboy as I am, I'm here wearing my Avatar t-shirt today. But I have not seen The Abyss for a really, really long time. And I'm really, really looking forward to that tonight. So please, if you're in the Discord server, 9:15 p.m., don't miss that. If you're not in the Discord server, join the Discord server. Why not? Why not just join the Discord server? We have some of the very, very best movie nights, which I always really, really enjoy. Eastern time, that's right. It's 9:15 Eastern Standard Time, which is 10:15 p.m. Pyongyang time. No, sorry, 10:15 a.m. Pyongyang time. If you're on Pyongyang time, that's when it is. So please join that. And even if you're not going to be there for the movie night tonight, join the Discord server anyway, because it's cool. It's a cool thing to do. We're watching Man Tracker. I've never heard of this. Where my Pyongyang at? That's right.
This is Man Tracker, an elite hunter trained to track humans in the wild. He uses forensics and relies on instincts. His only objective? Capture. For the next 36 hours, Man Tracker is looking to capture Jim and Nicola. They're just looking for glory.
You know the Pyongyang time on a clock on the wall behind you. That would be a good bit, actually.
Nicola is a city slicker who doesn't beat around the bush.
I'm just gonna follow my gut, follow my instinct, and hope that it takes
There was like
me
a
in the right
3-year
direction.
period of my life
First,
where all I
I'll
watched was
follow
Man
my gut.
Tracker and Les Stroud's Survivor
I think
Man.
we're gonna kick his ass.
Her teammate Jim lives for the bush.
I would be so
A
bad at
bear
this
hunter
shit.
Trapper, he's prepared to take down anything that stands in his way.
This is a weaker component than any animal I've ever been up against because it is another human. So I do say wildlife has the upper hand.
Seems like a good guy. He's, I think, slightly verging on insanity. But I think that may actually work to our advantage as we're out there.
If all else fails, I'll use this, and it does have the keenness and the depth for penetration, and I do believe that the bear will be in deep trouble and wish he'd never met me.
These two have
Okay,
never
tough
met
guy.
before, but they'll have to learn to work together.
We should be good to go.
I think we're good to go, Jim.
They're up against snow, sand, mountains, and Man Tracker. Jim and Nicola are moving targets to the
Chill,
unforgiving
dude.
Yukon wilderness. And
Seriously.
in the land of the midnight sun, there's no cover in darkness. Mother Nature sets the rules here. The starter flare is off. From here on in, every second is critical as the prey try to evade Man Tracker and make it to the finish, 48 kilometers away.
The dynamic is so good because they're complete strangers and should work together. But half the time, one of them is a complete psycho who abandons their partner.
And only one objective. Get to the finish no matter what stands in their way.
A little harder for man and horse.
But speed leads to mistakes. More evidence for Man Tracker. The prey need to strategize to shake their pursuers.
No, this is pretty tough for a horse to get through, for sure.
Man Tracker races to the flare site as he tries to make up for his prey's 3-kilometer head start. Unlike the prey, Man Tracker has no map and no compass. What he's got is native guide Chuck Hume to steer him through Yukon's dangerous terrain. The trackers blanket the general vicinity of the flare, moving methodically in a sweeping action in order to pin down a search area. They need a first sign that'll verify the prey's direction of movement. Like forensic investigators,
Yeah, Man Tracker gets a horse and only a 3-kilometer head start. That's not much.
Here's one track. It looks more like a sneaker the way the design is.
Man Tracker is a very hilarious title.
This here looks heavier soled, little coarser ridges back there.
Man Tracker, it sounds like my Friday night.
From the heel. This is going to be a cinch.
This chase has barely begun and already a setback.
I got a bit of a blister developing on my heel. I haven't worn these shoes in a while. So I figure, yeah, see that? That's going to be bad in a couple of hours if I don't take care of it.
Maybe you should get some boots.
Toss that on.
Have some experience with that before you get going.
Go, man.
The clock is ticking, and Nicola has to push on. Meanwhile,
For sure, it does sound like a transvestigator thing. Man Tracker. It's funny how the transvestigators now, like, there's pretty much no woman that they don't think is trans now. They've become so obsessed and brain poisoned with their nonstop fear mongering about trans people that they now just don't believe that anyone is the gender that they say they are. It's kind of I don't feel bad for these people because they're awful, horrible, grotesque people, but it's kind of like a hell of their own creation kind of thing, you know? They even accuse each other, for sure, yeah. You brought new shoes to a man track. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Turf stop being misogynist challenge. Difficulty impossible. Yeah, absolutely. I may have imagined this, but I'm pretty sure there was an episode where the guy had the map upside down and got caught in like 20 minutes. It might be this one.
Just start to lift up the side, follow the tree line.
The bush-savvy Jim relishes the chance to demonstrate his wilderness skills.
Is a broken limb on a dead tree no problem? But that's a give.
What I would do is I would go on one track into the forest, and then I would backtrack very carefully in all my footsteps, leading the man tracker down a false path. Easy.
Giveaway.
Thought you saw something there?
Just there's a moose going that way.
I go to the local McDonald's toilet.
Killing. I don't know what to do. There's got to be a solution here.
The prey are wasting time with Nicola's blisters, Their momentum is non-existent.
Nicola, what are you doing?
Too early for this shit, man.
I would simply not be tracked. Exactly.
Used to cure horses when they're injured in the bush.
What are you alluding to there?
Nicola's blister problem has allowed Man Tracker to close in.
We ain't far behind.
How do you have blisters? You've been just started.
You hear something there?
You weren't ready for this?
You ever want to get off this trail doing this?
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? No fucking way.
Man Tracker has spooked his quarry.
I'll see how that works.
My heart was jumping. He took advantage of it. I think he took advantage of everything, and even things we weren't suspecting.
Oh, what the hell? You didn't get more? We didn't even see them track the man. We only saw a small amount of tracking. A small amount of man tracking. Does he kill them when he finds them? I don't know. I assume so, but we haven't seen it, so. We don't know. I want to see him lasso somebody. This is what we're doing now. Instead of talking about important stuff, we're going to react to reality show content instead. That's what brings in the audiences on Twitch anyways.
Going to see us, and we'll just run along the tops if that's the case. Okay. Get down here to this trail and just give her.
Get a little bit. Got to manually adjust the man tracking. I'm gonna go analog.
From here, there are 2 steep ridges to go before the prey make a final dash for the finish. And while the prey tackle the high ground, Man Tracker methodically works his way down around the ridges.
It's always the worst, right near the top.
The hill that doesn't end.
Susie is losing steam.
What do you think the angle of this slope is? This would be 0. 6 goes about 30 degrees.
This show is pretty sexist. It's Man Tracker. First of all, it's called Man Tracker. And both of these clips that we've watched now, it's like, the woman clearly is not ready to be involved in anything so serious and important as this. Instantly losing steam and getting blisters and having other problems, leading to the man in the team getting slowed down and being captured by the Man Tracker.
Sure, I'm not a mathematician.
Whatever it is. I wouldn't ski it, you know? I wouldn't ski it.
With 1 ridge to go, Russ wants to keep moving. He's got a shortcut.
Absolutely has the racist undertones as well.
I started getting irritated with my partner. I started saying, look, I don't know what's going on here. I'm just following you, you know? So could you just tell me what we're headed for, and then I don't have to be watching your backpack all the time? Okay, you follow me for a change.
There's a video of my grandpa having a low-speed quad collision on a Man Tracker episode.
So let's go.
I've never seen this damn show. I've never heard of this.
Hey! You bullshit, you haven't got one thing of mine in your pack. So let's go.
Man Tracker lost a near capture at the lake when Chuck's horse suddenly went lame. And the prey's fatigue is killing their morale.
That's far. 56 kilometers, you gotta make it?
No big deal. She'll be fine.
That is not easy.
I'm sorry.
Well, you did. I don't appreciate being set up like you're carrying all my stuff and you're the man, and I know this is all fun and games and whatever.
No, the fun's long gone.
You're the lemon yellow. You blend right into the background.
See, what we got here is a rock that's been moved.
See, I would simply cover myself in dirt and grass and moss and lie on the ground, allowing the Man Tracker to pass me as I blend seamlessly into the environment, and then the hunter would become the hunted. The Man Tracker would become the Man Trackee. That's what I would do. I would lasso his ass.
Back in this direction. So that tells me that somebody is...
Cover yourself in mud so you can't see with the thermal vision. Exactly, and that's how that works.
So their line of travel is in that direction.
The prey's conflict has resulted in a role reversal. Susie's pushed Russ aside and taken the lead.
At this point, I'm just going. I've just been going, and I don't give a rip if I'm at the back or the front or
Man,
the
you got
side.
a 94
I
Jeff
got the map
Hornacek
because it's been in my pocket, so what
card.
the heck?
What a
Nobody's doing
sniper.
on my part. I don't have any issues.
I took my shoe off.
Jeff Hornacek is one of those guys that today would probably have he was a great role player for the Jazz, especially, but he would probably average way more now in today's like fast-paced 3-point heavy game. He'd be posting up in the corner and getting open corner threes in any decent offense. He'd probably be making 5 or 6 of those a game.
Off because my toes hurt. The bottom of them because they've been wet for 2 days and my feet.
I'd cover in mud, then set off the trap to get Man Tracker. He'd dodge the spike trap, of course, but the counterweight will fall on him for a surprise attack. You've hoisted a big tree trunk into the air, and he thinks he's got you, and you kick out the thing. And you just,
You've been wet? Are you laughing at me?
No, I'm not laughing.
Man Tracker has spotted his prey and is making his move.
the Canadian Basketball League is fun to watch. It's really cool, actually. I went to a game last year, and it was awesome.
In the landscape to set up his ambush.
I thought that rock was a horse eating grass.
Paint a fake tunnel on the side of the mountain, watch him hit the wall.
Up ahead,
Classic.
It's no rock, and it is eating grass.
I would simply drop a piano on top of Man Tracker, and when he poked his head up, all his teeth would be replaced with the piano keys.
You see any horses?
It's not hooves they should be listening for. Susie's intuition is louder, but the prey are deaf to it.
They're just coming into the coulee now.
See any horses?
I mean, that's exactly what happens in the new Predator movie.
You know,
Matt,
they
prey.
might not be sitting on the trail either. I just had a sense. We're walking into something.
Seriously, put Jeff Hornacek on like the Bucks. If Jeff Hornacek was like the starting shooting guard on the Bucks today, he'd be getting 3 or 4 wide open threes per game because of the attention that Giannis would draw.
Let's get her, horse.
Here goes.
The most energy I've seen out of her all night.
They could have walked beside the trails and skirted around any openings they came to and stuff, but they didn't. They walked straight down the trail and straight across the middle of the openings, and that pretty much was their undoing.
He should be called Tracker Man. I think that's a better name. I think that is better. Thank you. Bummy Bumhole. Thank you for that. I agree. Thank you, Bummy Bumhole, for that. Ugh. Man Tracker is funnier. That's true. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I would like to go and do a little segment on Africa and talk a little bit about what's going on in Africa right now. I would like a few moments just to like make sure I've got all my links and stuff in order. So what I'm going to do now, folks, been going on for 2.5 hours here in the stream. We got plenty more TRRS to go. We got another 3 hours to go. It's going to be a longer stream today. So I'm going to take a little 5-minute break. I'm going to make sure I've queued up all my links and I got all that in order. I'm going to go to the bathroom and stuff and, whatever it is that I do in these breaks. It's nothing weird. It's nothing weird going on. I wouldn't worry about that. Take a little bit of a break, 5-minute break. I'll queue up the next segment. I'll come back and we will actually try and talk about some important, serious business. Okay? Because this is something, and I think Breakthrough News has been doing stuff on this. So we got a lot of tweets and stuff to look at. A pep talk in the mirror. You do this, splash the water in the face, and then look at yourself in the mirror as if seeing yourself for the first time. That trope. That's what I do on these breaks. Come here, big tits. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, folks. I'm gonna come back and we'll talk about some more. We'll talk about some serious business. We're gonna try and get serious with this shit. Does that sound good to you? It sounds good to me too. I'm glad you think so. When you mention transvestigations, I imagine Ben Shapiro as secretly trans, and then imagine him as Ben Shapiro singing the famous Shakira song, "Oh baby, when you move like that, you make a woman go mad." Let's say, hypothetically, that you were moving like that. By that logic, in theory, you would have me going mad as a result of your actions. I think my Ben Shapiro impression is not as comical as what he actually sounds like. Like, I think I'm giving him too much credit. Let's say, hypothetically, there was a she-wolf in your closet. That's a good song. That's a really good song. It was written by the guy from The Bravery wrote that, actually. Really good Shakira song. Very good video, too. If you know what I'm saying, and I think you do.
Strike.
I think you do know what I'm saying. We're picking up what I'm putting down. Thank you. Okay, so don't go anywhere, gang. Okay? I'll be right back. Just give me a couple minutes. Hang out. I'll put on some audio-visual entertainment for you here. I should put some guitar into this song. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? Don't go anywhere. TRRS will be right back after these messages. Hello. Hello. I'm back. Do you know it's the 1 year anniversary? First of all, no, I did not know this. It's the 1 year anniversary of Fat Pussy, your high school best friend, coming into the chat. I know this because it was my birthday that day. I hope you wild boys have stayed in touch. Always staying in touch with my close childhood friend, Fat Pussy, which you all know. And happy birthday to you, Swamp Goth. Happy birthday. How old are you today, Swamp Goth? And secondary question, are you having a nice birthday today? Just like Fat Pussy to show up in the stream and then just disappear out of my life for another year. That's classic FP, as we call him. One of the best bits of Rob lore. I think there was a storyline that was being discussed where I think did Fat Pussy die in canon the other day? I don't even remember. I hope not, anyways. I think I remember riffing on that one time, though. I hear Fat Pussy's going to be on Canadian Big Brother next season. I'm glad people are responding to this idea. I think I could do it. I think I could get on. Fat Pussy. Oh. That's funny. Just one moment. I'm just looking at some of my research here. "28. Swamp Goth, 28. You're just a little baby. Just a little baby. Been a mixed bag of a day. I have some good plans for tonight. Enjoying chilling in the stream. We love it. We love it, Swamp Goth. You are indeed baby. Yes. You know who I should... So I'm going to try and talk a little bit about what is going on in Africa. There's a lot of interesting resources to look at. I would like to have someone on to talk about it. I'm going to try and muddle my way through it. I was just looking at friend of the stream's Justin Poder's Substack about this, which I would encourage people to check out as well. But there's a lot of stuff we can take a look at today, and I think this is something that it is an ongoing thing that we can continue to dive into. But let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Africa right now. And I think the main, like the what has set off a lot of this discourse and a lot of these kind of big exciting developments is this recent coup that happened in Niger. Obviously, military coups are not a abnormal thing to happen in Africa. It's pretty common for these things to happen. But I think what we're seeing emerging in Africa right now is different and quite exciting in the sort of like explicitly anti-colonial nature of some of these coup regimes that are going on. You know, you've got the recent coup in Niger. You also have a coup from a few years ago in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, of course, the home of Thomas Sankara, a socialist revolutionary leader that we talk about often and have tried to learn from often. Really inspiring, incredible figure. Very interesting too, the way that like there seems to be a kind of succession, and in Burkina Faso, there is really it's not just a military coup, but it's a military coup that's explicitly trying to reference and learn from and build on Sankara's legacy. And we've also have coup regimes, as Relic is pointing out, in Guinea and Mali as well. And what we're seeing in Niger already, and in Burkina Faso, and in Mali, possibly in Guinea as well, but this explicit like anti-colonial nature, and the way that like there's this concerted effort on the part of these like revolutionary or coup regimes in these African states to completely sever themselves from France permanently, and to permanently like cut the cord of neocolonialism. Because we've examined before the role that France still plays, as much as we pretend that this some kind of decolonization process has gone on when it comes to like the French Empire leaving Africa, still very deeply economically intertwined. And France has continued to exploit and profit from their former colonial regimes in some of these places. And now there's this effort, this explicit effort to completely sever these ties. They're expelling French troops. They're demanding that French troops leave. They're expelling French journalists. They're like cutting off access to French language, or, you know, journalists or newspapers or radio programs that are financed by the French government. And there seems to be overall in Africa this kind of, with these coup regimes and elsewhere, this kind of very anti-colonial and pan-Africanist sentiment rising, which I think is new. Again, there's not like these military coups or unstable governments are not new to the African continent. But I think what is interesting and unique about this moment is this emerging sense of pan-Africanism and anti-colonialism that's going on. And I wanted to start off looking at this dumb take that we can get into, because so the latest coup that happened in Niger is what's kicking off a lot of this stuff. And I think anyone, like if you understand the history of colonization, if you understand the way that like colonialism has played a role in Africa's underdevelopment, the fact that Africa, which is a continent that should be a global superpower, you know, they've got the population, they've got the resources, should be a global superpower, and the reason they're not, and the reason there's so much violence and instability and poverty and starvation and these various issues in Africa is because it's been very intentionally underdeveloped, as historians like Walter Rodney have pointed out and written about extensively. Africa has been very intentionally underdeveloped in order to be easier to exploit by these colonialist powers, including France. No, it's what I'm talking about, Blueberry. I mean, we can take a close look at the ways that France is still, this neo-colonial process has never ended. It's still ongoing to this day, and that's what these regimes are explicitly kind of pushing back against. But then, of course, you have dipshits like this person. This person, 7 Deadly Fetishes, who says, big day for politically illiterate turbo leftists. And you're looking at the president of Burkina Faso,
You can count
Ibrahim
on me. You're
Traoré.
gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
France? Nothing good comes of it.
It's true. More and more people are indeed saying this. And thank you, Relic, for the 16 months of Prime. So you have this person doing this shitty meme about the new president of Burkina Faso saying literally no mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever. And then apparently this is us, the ultra-leftists here saying, wow, cool African anti-imperialist revolution. This is just wrong on its face. The idea that there's literally no mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever. I think severing these colonial ties from Africa, explicitly referencing the ways that they've been underdeveloped and exploited by France and other colonialist powers, and taking these actual concrete steps towards decolonization is like inherently revolutionary in and of itself. And like, we can jump the gun. We don't have to assume or imagine that all these revolutionary movements are socialist in nature. We would all, as socialists, and internationalists, we would all love to see eventually a socialist Pan-Africanist project. There's no guarantee that that's what's going to emerge from this. But still, just as purely like an anti-Western, anti-colonial movement that's increasing Africa's sovereignty, that's increasing this Pan-Africanist sentiment, and that's moving Africa out of the stranglehold of Western neocolonialism, that is revolutionary. You know, we'll see what actually emerges from this politically. Again, we would love it for it to be this like socialist Pan-Africanist thing. That's not necessarily what's going on, but it is revolutionary just in and of itself, just by taking these steps to reference the underdevelopment and the exploitation that the colonialist process has led to in Burkina Faso and other places, and taking these concrete steps to sever themselves permanently from having this relationship, this neo-colonial relationship with France. That is revolutionary in and of itself. So I think that's pointing out, and so some dumb dipshits like this that want to not support anything, and that don't want to put themselves on the line for giving any kind of critical support to these movements and just want to meme about it from their computers, can do that. But I think this is just factually untrue. Not only is it factually untrue because just this decolonization process is inherently revolutionary, and you're talking specifically about Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traoré. I'm going to try and pronounce that properly. Traoré. I don't have to do the fucking accent every single time. When you say, oh, there's no mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever, that's just factually not true. So again, Niger is the most recent flashpoint that has caused this kind of these discussions to start happening. But I think I would like to take a moment. We can talk about Niger and we can talk about these other situations, but I would like to take a moment to focus on specifically Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traoré and talk a little bit about that. And let's look into this criticism and no mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever. I don't think that there's any truth to that whatsoever. Exactly, it's not just about nationalist independence movements anymore. It's a direct confrontation to neo-imperialism. Yeah, and that's exactly. Yeah, and that's inherently revolutionary. It even might not be socialist, and maybe it won't be. But it is inherently revolutionary to specifically name and confront these things. If kicking out occupation troops and using their resources to improve the lives of their own people isn't revolutionary, then what is? And well, let's look into this further. Let's look into Ibrahim Traoré, the president of Burkina Faso. On September 30th, 2022, a coup d'etat took place in Burkina Faso. Paul-Henri Damiba, an interim president who had also come to power via junta only 8 months prior, was deemed unable to address the ongoing Sahel insurgency in the country and ousted. Captain Ibrahim Traoré would replace his former colleague, President Damiba, and become the world's youngest serving head of state at only 34. This thread will attempt to list his biggest achievements in Burkina Faso since coming to power in autumn 2022.
Emerging through the turret of an armored vehicle was a 34-year-old self-appointed leader, Ibrahim Traoré, waving to joyous crowds.
Many Canadian mining companies in Niger and Burkina Faso, I don't doubt it. And I would be very, very interested to know whether some of these new governments are going to treat these Canadian mining companies in the same way that they've treated the French. And you'll understand why the panic button is going to start getting pushed. But as we're going to discover as we talk about this, this is not the 90s anymore. You know, it's not like these countries only have one option for development. And it's not like after any one of these movements takes place, they're immediately under threat from Western imperialism and the CIA and being overthrown and having a puppet government put back in place. It's not quite so simple anymore. And these countries are collectively realizing this. These states in Africa are correctly realizing this and realizing that if they display this kind of Pan-Africanism and work together, they can prevent the West from coming in and overthrowing and destabilizing these regimes.
This military takeover is Burkina Faso's second in 9 months, after an Islamist insurgency continued to roil the country under the previous ruler, President Paul-Henri Damiba.
See, Fidel has said he isn't communist immediately after the Cuban Revolution. Exactly. The exact same people. These ultra-leftists celebrating the Fidel Castro and the revolution. That's exactly what they would be saying if there was Twitter or X.com, excuse me, during the Cuban Revolution. Same people. Any excuse to just not stand for anything.
Traoré spoke with cabinet officials, urging them to move faster.
In Burkina, everything is urgent. Security, defense, health, social action, infrastructure. Everything is urgent. We will have to go quickly.
Speaking to CNN in neighboring Ghana, Professor and author Techiwa Mainu said, the latest coup hurts the people the most.
Burkina does not have very great indicators of social and economic.
CNN is up to their usual tricks.
So this instability is likely to worsen already poor indicators and blight the future.
When Traoré was welcomed into the capital by supporters, they were waving Russian flags and chanting pro-Russia slogans, rejecting any ties to France.
We call on Russia. Whoever is the president that comes to power now, he can't involve France. We don't want France anymore.
No, they do not. Yeah, no, they're being colonized by Russia. We're going to get to that, crad babes. They're going from one neo-colonial regime to another with Russia and China. We're gonna dig into that as well. Do you know about the attempts by African countries to make markets outside of U.S. influence? Well, I mean, I know for a long time that's been the goal of a lot of sort of revolutionary figures within Africa. But they're under this immense challenge. They're under this immense challenge because the only capital investment they've been able to get for decades and decades has been through the IMF, which is an arm of like U.S. imperialism. And any effort to create an alternative to that is always, you know, they have these tools. They've got sanctions. They've got the CIA. They've got the nefarious methods to overthrow these regimes that are trying to organize in this way. But that's what we're seeing, I think, right now. There's a different situation in 2023. This ties back into the whole concept of multipolarity or multilateralism or whatever. It's a different world, and I think that's exactly why it's not just like, oh, now it's just neo-colonialism coming from China and coming from Russia. It's not. And in fact, the fact that there is an alternative for development with the Belt and Road Initiative in Africa, and there is a burgeoning like anti-Western movement that allows nations to escape the threat of sanctions and escape a lot of the tools that the West has to keep them under their boot, is allowing these movements to happen and to flourish in ways that they couldn't before. This is what's really interesting now. Among the first steps taken by President Traoré would be the appointment of Kielem de Tambela as the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso. Tambela, unlike most figures in Burkinabe politics, is a familiar face in the popular consciousness of this small, landlocked state. Tambela, as a student in France during the 80s, founded the Committee for the Defense of the Revolution to defend and finance the struggle waged by the Burkinabe masses under Thomas Sankara, affiliated with communists at the time. Tambela, as a lawyer and author, would publish his magnum opus under the title Thomas Sankara and the Revolution in Burkina Faso, an experience of self-centered development, his own detailed account of the Burkinabe Revolution as led by Thomas Sankara. So right away, we're saying, oh, there's been no mention of revolutionary politics. Why would Western leftists support this kind of thing? Well, appointing a devotee of Sankara as the prime minister of the country, that is explicitly a mention of revolutionary politics. And there's this explicit attempt to link these two movements, and appointing a Sankarist, or whatever you would want to call it, as prime minister is, yes, inherently a mention of revolutionary politics, or it's definitely a sign that there is this kind of revolutionary sentiment. While invoking Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, and Franz Fanon in the academic realm, Tambela would initiate his premiership with 50% cuts to the salaries of government ministers, reiterating Burkina Faso. I mean, this is like, talk about mention of revolutionary politics. Burkina Faso cannot develop outside the line drawn by Thomas Sankara. Meanwhile, President Traoré himself, refusing to take any presidential salary, remains on the same income he had as a military captain in order to show his spirit of sacrifice.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara, TRRS Lenin, TRRS Marx, TRRS Che, TRRS Maduro, TRRS Uncle Ho, TRRS Kim.
Thank you, Freelance Communist, for the 15 months tier 1. Those people literally don't see this and just go by what they hear on CNN, or they don't think it's genuine, aka they're racist. Well, that's what I mean. People, like, that's the ultra-leftist position, is saying, like, no, I'll never support any of these revolutionary movements because they're not explicitly socialist in characteristics. Whereas the dialectical materialist position is recognizing the fact that these coup regimes are, responding to this legacy of exploitation and underdevelopment, and explicitly referencing that and trying to sever the links to that neocolonialism and supporting it just on that basis. And also, again, just as being a clear sign of the way that the U.S. empire is declining, and a clear sign that there is this emerging rival power that now African nations are able to move towards. And and again, another ultra-leftist position is saying, well, no, you shouldn't support these movements because they're allying with Russia, they're allying with China, which is just another form of colonialism. It's another form of imperialism. They're just, which is, not true, first and foremost. But I think we also have to recognize that Africa, which again should be a global superpower in terms of with the resources, with the population that they have, should absolutely be a global superpower. But you can't just, as many ultra-leftists or Western Maoists love to suggest, you can't just press this socialism button and immediately transform your society and create a new culture and new society where everyone has higher living standards and everyone can get an education and everyone has enough to eat and everyone has a place to live. This is a continent that's been so drastically exploited and underdeveloped that the way that this process has to happen is it needs capital. It needs investment. You can't just create that from nothing. You just can't create some kind of manufacturing base. You can't just create these new social services out of thin air. You need rail, you need ports, you need investment and infrastructure. Where is that going to come from? Up until now, or up until the last few years, if you're in a nation in Africa or wherever, the tractor runs on oil and not Maoism. That's right. I saw someone online being like, I would simply go and teach the people about Maoism. And it's like, that doesn't fill your stomach. Teaching people about Maoism is great, but that doesn't actually develop these places in any way. It needs capital, it needs investment. And up until now, for decades prior to this, there's one source of that, the IMF. And the IMF, as we know, as we've talked about endlessly, this has been a tool to exploit these places. It's been a tool of Western imperialism. It's been an arm of America as it keeps these places under its thumb and continues to exploit them. And you look at the way that Africa has been developed, look at the minuscule amount of rail that has been built, or the infrastructure that has been built. It's been entirely created in order to facilitate this exploitation process. Any rail that's been constructed has not been to help people that actually live there go from place to place. Any of these infrastructure that's been built has been built in order to expedite the theft of their resources into ports, so it can be removed from the continent and it can be, turned into profits for these neo-colonial regimes such as France. If Africa is going to develop, and if Africa is going to rightly and correctly become a global superpower, which it very much should be, it does need to have that investment. And whether people like it or not, the real ultra-leftist position, whether these people like it or not, there's two options that you can choose if you're a developing nation, as we've gone over endlessly on this program. If you're in Africa, if you're in Latin America, or wherever you are, if you're a developing nation, you have two options. You can go with the IMF, or you can now, for the first time in a generation, choose an alternative to that. The first time since the collapse of the Soviet Union. You can get investments from China, from the Belt and Road Initiative, which is not a charity, it's not a handout, but has been genuinely building infrastructure that has been mutually beneficial. It's not just about exploiting Africa. The Belt and Road Initiative has been creating actually genuinely useful infrastructure, and it has actually been developing these places. It's not just two forms of the same thing. Or BRICS is another example as well, this alternative economic system. That didn't exist before. I haven't seen the Western media spin on this yet. What have they been saying, making the new government a boogeyman so far? Yeah, we looked at a brief clip from CNN just a moment ago that was basically like, oh, it's going to be worse. It's just going to be worse for everyone, and everyone's just going to get more poorer, and is going to be even more difficult for everyone. That's basically been the line. And you should point out as well, there's been dozens of coups in Africa that have used this kind of anti-colonial language that have been brutal, that have been exploitative themselves. We can acknowledge that while also still acknowledging the revolutionary potential in this current moment, where we're seeing these trends of decolonization and these trends of Pan-Africanism. And we're going to take a look at the Belt and Road Initiative and what's that's actually accomplished in many of these places as well. Okay, so meanwhile, President Traoré himself, refusing to take any presidential salary, remains on the same income he had as a military captain in order to show the spirit of sacrifice which must inhabit each Burkinabe in the current situation in our country. Simultaneously, President Traoré remains faithful to the will of the Burkinabe masses to follow in the footsteps of Mali under President Assimi Goïta, whose decision to withdraw Mali as another puppet in the French précaré is causing shockwaves in the region. We have to figure out why these countries are siding with China and Russia. It's just a mystery. And again, we see these news stories about Russia and how Russia is sending grain to Africa, and why these places are choosing Russia as an ally. And again, go back to these decolonial struggles through the decades, and what side the Soviet Union took in all these struggles, and what side America and Western imperialism took. The people in Africa remember this. And Russia's not socialist anymore. It's certainly not the socialist. It's certainly not the USSR anymore. But the idea that like, you know, these like whether it's Burkina Faso or whoever else are forming these rejecting the Western influence and forming these diplomatic ties with Russia should not be surprising to anyone, given the long legacy that Russia has played in actively supporting these anti-colonial movements. Haven't they been watching SNL? Putin is gay and he's Trump. That's right. Exactly. It all goes back to the non-aligned movement that still have meetings. Yeah, for sure. Funny how the Ukraine flags never bring up agency when people choose to align with Russia. No, as we've seen, that's just not allowed. You're not allowed to make alliances with Russia. There's no situation where that's like, okay, well, you've made this decision, you know. You're not allowed to do that. Just like when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, just anyone like taking Russia's side in that conflict is just immediately treated as like a heretic or whatever, or anyone that's supporting Russia, whether it's China or DPRK or whatever, needs to be sanctioned and isolated. But you can support Ukraine. You can ship weapons to Ukraine all you want. That's totally okay. But you're not allowed to actually take the other side of that. They don't know what's good for them. My dad knows what's good for them. That's right. Agency always means making the choices that I like. Exactly. That's what agency and sovereignty is. You know, you're a free and sovereign democracy when you're forced to take these IMF loans and become a Western vassal state. But when you reject Western imperialism or colonialism and you make deals with Russia and China that you see as more beneficial to people, that's not allowed. That's Russian influence. That's, you've fallen victim to disinformatia or whatever. You're only sovereign when you're a Western vassal state. Otherwise, you're part of the Russian colonial regime or whatever it is. So the liberation of the Malian masses under President Gota represents an alternative future for states in the Francafrique. Additionally, Mali has taken measures to ban French state media such as France 24 and Radio France International under further notice. And people hate that. They're banning French state media such as France 24 and Radio France International. Are they going to be able to keep their radio programs and their newspapers? Our liberal friends get really up in arms about that. When they start doing that, whether it's in Mali or whether it's in Nicaragua or any other place where they make efforts to cut back on or just completely get rid of these Western-backed journalistic enterprises. Exactly. Exactly doing in Nicaragua. Unless it's Ukraine, of course, banning the entire opposition media, of course. Then that's actually okay and good to do. They keep their newspapers. Exactly. It's an attack on free journalism. That's right. This policy has held sway in Burkina Faso, with a correspondent from France 24 summoned before the Burkinabe Council of Superior Communication. Any definite conclusion from these tensions remain to be seen given the ongoing formalization of the dispute. Nevertheless, President TRRS continues to express and fight for the problems raised by the Burkinabe masses, as seen via the demands to dismiss Luc Halad, the French ambassador, coupled with calls for the uncompromising expulsion of French troops from Burkina Faso. But they're at war, so it's okay. Yeah, and so is Burkina. And many of the time, these places are at war with like CIA-sponsored militant groups as well. By the start of 2023, Jean-Emmanuel Ouedraogo, the Minister of Communication, confirmed that Burkina Faso had given French troops 1 month to evacuate the country, ending the agreement signed between the two states in 2018. This was fulfilled by February 20th, 2023. And they're poor little guys. They're folding up the old flag. Let's see some sad robs in the chat for the beautiful French flag being folded up and taken down and removed. Just toss it right in the trash. That's right. Alexandra doesn't have a sad Rob, unfortunately. If there's a generous gift subber out there, Alexandra would love to have a sad Rob. What happened to the last time France and America tried to hold on to a distant colony? I don't recall either. Yeah, I don't recall. The administration ushered in by President TRRS has emphasized that while these actions will not end diplomatic relations with France, the approach of this new government represents a new dynamic and changing order, internationally as well as regionally. And again, this is what I like to point to.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bleep Lord. Bleep Lord, thank you for the 17th gift sub. Thank you for the gift sub. Your 17th to Alexandro. I appreciate that. Blinken so many used those bazookas in Ukraine. For sure, we got to send some bazookas now to Nigeria and Burkina. And Mali. And I guess this is my point too. It's like when people talk about like these nations choosing to make alliances with Russia or China or whatever, saying it's another form of colonialism, I just reject that analysis. You can talk about Belt and Road versus the IMF and like how that actually means materially for development and the kind of projects that are being funded. You can look at that, but it's also just the idea that like the fact that there is this sort of multilateralism now, or multipolarity, or whatever, however you want to refer to it. It enables these revolutionary moments to happen, you know? Because in the past, if you're one of these developing nations, like not only do you have only one option for development, but if you do even try to enact any kind of like anti-colonial policies, land reform, or anything like that, you have the West there to use all the tools in their little bag of tricks. You know, you got sanctions, you've got the CIA, you've got these Western-backed, NED-sponsored media organizations, propaganda. They've got so many tools to cut off these revolutionary movements before they amount to anything, or to totally stifle them or snuff them out. And that is changing. That is one thing that has changed, you know? All of a sudden, because of this new system of multipolarity, because it's not just this unipolar world that's dominated by the United States of America and their factions with the IMF, all of a sudden now, these tools, such as sanctions or whatever else, don't have quite the same bite or impact as they have because there's this new alternative system that's being developed, such as BRICS, you know? So not only is it not another form of like colonization or neocolonialism, like people are saying, it's allowing these movements to happen in the first place, or to not get snuffed out in the cradle like what would normally happen in these situations. It is a seismic shift. I think people are so poisoned by imperialism and capitalism and Western chauvinism they can't begin to trust that there could be anyone willing to play fair and cooperate. Well, that's what it always comes down to, right? It's like all the accusations are always an admission. And it's the same thing. It's like we can't, the folks that you're talking about, Old Dutch, like can't look at something like the Belt and Road Initiative and see anything other than colonialism because they know that's what we would do. That's what we would do. So obviously that's what China's doing as well. They're just making these deals. Really, it's to exploit and to just to have a new form of neocolonialism. They can't comprehend the idea that there could be a mutually beneficial trade deal between any of these African nations or China or any of these other nations that are part of the Belt and Road Initiative, because that's what we would do. They don't understand the real path to development is to be hyper-ironic and cynical, because wanting a better world is mega cringe and idealist. Exactly, yeah. It's better just to like never support anything, because then you don't have to stick your neck out, you know? You don't have to like take any kind of controversial stance. And ultimately, many of these people who live in the West benefit from neocolonialism. So it actually continues to benefit them by accusing any of these revolutionary movements of being another form of colonialism or whatever, or exploitation. Then I don't have to take a controversial stance. I can maintain my sort of vaguely left-wing values, and I personally continue to benefit from this exploitative process. That's how the West has produced an anarchist, apologist, pseudo-left that just blankly states all states are bad and evil. It is spineless garbage. It is. No, I agree. I saw a really annoying tweet and meme about this that I saw that I wanted to take a look at, where this anarchist was talking, an anti-statist was talking about the tankies and the fact that after these revolutionary movements, all of a sudden they want to become cops. You know? Because, you know, when eventually these anarchists eventually oversee a successful revolution, which has not happened ever in history, but eventually when that does happen, immediately what they're going to do is just abolish the police, abolish their security forces, and abolish their state, and everything's just going to go great. Everything's just going to be fantastic after that. You know? It's not like you need to organize some kind of a defense to these revolutionary gains. You just have to just completely abolish that because states are bad or security forces are bad, and then just allow everything to just get better and everything's going to be great for everybody. Yeah, exactly. Defending the revolution is just good and necessary. Let's continue with this thread here. Today, various grassroots Pan-African and patriotic organizations are calling for a closer relationship with Russia as an emerging power, which, unlike France, has no history of covert regime change. Like, don't tell that to liberals, because they'll freak the fuck out, because they think Russia and Putin is behind every single regime change that happens in the world, ascribing way more power and influence to Putin than he actually has. In fact, I'm sure Putin would be absolutely delighted to know that he has these unimaginable powers of like overthrowing any government in America or Canada or wherever else on a whim, which is not in any way tethered to reality. No history of covert regime change, monetary slavery, and economic subjugation on the continent. It's not surprising why these places are forming these alliances with Russia, or when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, being either neutral or supporting Russia. Like it was really informative that time that we watched the interview with Rania Kalik and the person that was representing the youth wing of the ANC in South Africa, and how she was not nuanced at all about Russia and Ukraine. She was just like, no, we think Putin is good and we like him and we support Russia. Even Rania was like, oh, okay. Like it was kind of hilarious. But again, it's not hard to understand if you have any sense of, historical materialism and understand how the relationship with Russia and Africa throughout the decades. It's not hard to understand why that sentiment exists. Tambela, during an interview with Russia Today, stated, "We would like Russia to take its rightful place as a great nation in my country because there's an experience of Russia. We would like it to share that with us, a view shared by the Burkinabe population." Nous voulons la Russie. One of these Putin plants, one of these Putin operatives. Similarly, early this year, Tambela also met with Ali Bagheri, the Iranian deputy foreign minister, agreeing upon the formation of a joint commission between Iran and Burkina Faso to enter session in Ouagadougou in the near future. Tambela was also invited to Tehran to discuss the recently proposed creation of an airline linking Tehran and Ouagadougou, which would place the Burkinabe capital city as the sub-regional hub for Iran Air in West Africa, despite the novelty of the TRRS presidency. DAYCARE restated, our two countries have the firm will to strengthen their relations in the economic, political, and health fields. In the near future, the new Iranian ambassador will move to Ouagadougou. Burkina Faso has also decided to reopen its embassy in Tehran. It just hurts so much that it's this Russian flag and not the Soviet one. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And it's one of the many reasons why the loss of the Soviet Union has been an absolute fucking disaster, because having a Soviet Union here to help strengthen and oversee and support some of these decolonial movements in an explicitly socialist characteristic would be extremely valuable right now. But as I've said many times, you don't have to like Russia at all or Putin or think Putin's a great guy. This is the anti-Western alliance that we have. It's not the perfect anti-Western alliance that we would like. It's the anti-Western alliance that we have, though. Besides, the direction of Burkina Faso under President TRRS can also be evaluated by its adamant support for a radical federation of African states. This is what sets off the real alarm bells in the Western imperialists. And a radical federation of African states with the phrase United States of Africa entering popular lingo in the streets. Ouagadougou. There's that tweet that goes viral like once a week. You know what I'm talking about? About the United States of Africa? You always see it. Revisionism discourse did a number on the internationalist 20th century struggle, and you exactly see why Western imperialists and these CIA-backed elements were very interested in infiltrating these left-wing movements to encourage that kind of split. Yeah, the Hillary Gaddafi tweet, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly. This really sets off the Kill Bill sirens when you start getting this kind of talk. And we're going to talk about South Africa in a bit as well. And I think South Africa, that's a crucial part of this story as well, when you talk about the role that the IMF played there, and land reform and the Boers, and the fact that there's still this incredible wealth disparity between the white and black populations there, despite the decolonial process that was initiated by Mandela, and the fact that the collapse of the Soviet Union and the role of the IMF played in ensuring that Mandela couldn't carry on the revolutionary platform that he wanted, which included land reform, and that there's echoes and reverberations of that going on in South Africa today, which is what's making a lot of white reactionaries freaking out right now about like white genocide in South Africa. There's a very real reason people in South Africa are interested in kicking out the white farmers that are still there exploiting them, and are sitting on this like huge wealth disparity. We'll get to that in a little bit, though. And our friend Elon Musk really freaking out about that as well. Once a Boer, always a Boer. Around the same time that total French military withdrawal had been successfully fulfilled, Prime Minister Tambela met with neighboring President Gota and other Malian authorities to express the desire for unity among the respective populations. And the United States, the perspective of a United States of Africa is still a long ways away, but we're seeing some really, really interesting developments in the ties that these regimes are making with one another, and the kind of Pan-Africanist sentiment that's animating it. Of course, ironically, Gaddafi played a role against Sankara. I mean, that was Gaddafi's prime fatal mistake, was trying to become a Western ally, right? And we saw how the West treats their allies when he was eventually overthrown and sodomized with a bayonet, while Hillary Clinton fucking laughed about it online. That's what you get when you try and make yourself a counter-revolutionary alliance with the United States of America. Tambela stated, "We are considering a federation today. This is our medium-term objective. We need everyone's support in this because as long as we remain isolated, we're fragile." And that's how that's divide and conquer. That's how the imperialism has worked. That's how neocolonialism has worked. This divide and conquer strategy. The Mali-Burkina Faso Federation will constitute a much more decisive striking power. Furthermore, Tambela qualifies his use of the term federation with reference to the example of the Mali Federation, during which Mali, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and Benin had attempted but failed to form a unitary state during the latter half of the 50s. Moreover, Tambela orchestrated subsequent talks between both Malian and Guinean former foreign ministers to discuss unification plans. I'm sorry. I'm getting used to the streaming thing again. My brain is starting to turn into soup after almost 4 hours. He insisted upon drawing from the revolutions waged under Thomas Sankara, Modibo Keita, and Ahmed Sékou Touré, respectively. And we know, speaking of famous socialist Pan-Africanists, that's another question. As leftists, as socialists, should we support this? We should ask ourselves, what would Kwame Ture be making of this? And I think we know. I think Kwame Ture would be fucking giddy. I think Kwame Ture in heaven, or wherever he is right now, is giggling like a schoolgirl right now at these developments. I think he would be absolutely thrilled, which is one guiding signpost for me, was whether we should support these movements as Western socialists or not. Tambela also invoked of the recent journey of Ibrahim Kissé on foot from Bamako to Ouagadougou, while discussing the necessity for economic development, like railway from Ouagadougou to Bamako to Conakry, to underpin regional unity and political integration. Additionally, more trivially, even the Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou reflected this strengthening alliance, as Mali was selected as the country of honor in 2023 during this Burkinabe Cultural Festival. Losing my mind at Twitter Maoists saying this is bad because they're waving Russian flags. I know. Ultimately, both the Malian and Burkinabe have demonstrated a commitment to the agreement and creation of a federation that cannot be dismantled or undermined by future administrations that may come to pass after the Goïta Traoré period. This is manifested thus far as a bilateral framework to collaborate on security issues and to resist recent sanctions, while their energy and mining ministries enter discussion over shared electrical connection to coordinate industrialization and mineral extraction. See this map here of natural resources. Again, it's like in terms of the resources that Africa has, the wealth of Africa it's unimaginable almost. Most countries are rich. Burkina Faso is rich. Mali is rich. Niger is rich. Only the people are poor. Traoré is homies with Ortega. I mean, that's good to know as well. And again, we're talking following Ortega's lead of expelling these Western-backed journalists and other folks, much to the consternation of the Western imperialists. I hope they're all learning that lesson, that you absolutely should do that. Finally, only in 2023 were Thomas Sankara and his 12 assassinated associates provided proper burials. Mousbila Sankara, his uncle, would state, "This is the first time I've seen Catholics, Protestants, and Muslims perform the same ceremony. It's a sign of union." That's actually beautiful to see. Let's see some Sankaras in the chat, please. The intimate event was reserved for close family members and friends of Sankara, but a large public event is planned for October 15th, 2023, the anniversary of Sankara's assassination. There are plans to make the Thomas Sankara memorial site public in due time. Overall, President Traoré, leading for less than a year, has demonstrated an understanding that the only true justice for Sankara's martyrdom is revolution. The time has come for patriots everywhere to defend this struggle for sovereignty being waged in West Africa. And again, the idea that, like, to go back to the meme that I was getting mad at to make fun of this, literally no mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever is the claim, which is just false on its face, but it's just an absurd claim. When you dig into it, there are actually many mentions of revolutionary politics, to say nothing of the fact that engaging in this decolonial process, kicking out French diplomats and military and journalists, and engaging in this kind of Pan-African solidarity is in and of itself revolutionary. But whoever this is a huge dipshit. 7 deadly fetishes. Fuck you. So let's take a look at some more content about this. So here, let's take a look at some of this Pan-Africanist solidarity that we're seeing. This is incredible. Like, I don't see how you can see this happening and not find it exciting. I mean, it's dangerous also, but it is exciting. It says Africa is preparing for war. After the coup d'etat in Niger and the removal of the French puppet from their presidential position, the West African organization ECOWAS, which is under the full control of the United States and France, announced that it would attack Niger. And I'm not sure that that's been confirmed. I know that's the claim. I don't know if they've been saying it in so many words, but of course they're used to using this kind of like dog whistling when they talk about their designs. Yesterday, Mali. So this is the exciting thing now. And this is what I'm talking about, how the tools of Western imperialists to snub out these movements are not as effective or increasingly less effective. And we're seeing this from this kind of like emerging Pan-Africanism. This divide and conquer strategy, like these people that are part of these movements realize how when they are separate from one another and they're not working together and they don't have this kind of solidarity, they're weak and susceptible to have their revolutionary movements overthrown. Rob, it's been great to be able to learn about some great socialist revolutionaries while I do home renos. The old lurk and learn, as the kids say. That's what they all say. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The show, Progressive Canuck. Thank you. Nigeria has spoken of a special military operation, but I don't know about all of ECOWAS. Yeah, in Nigeria, of course, one of the central battlegrounds, like drone battlegrounds of the CIA drone warfare in Africa. And I know AFRICOM has a large foothold there, if I'm not mistaken. I just got in a few minutes ago, but did you see reports that Nigeria is shutting off electricity to Niger over this? No, I didn't see that. But let's take a look at the way that these revolutionary governments in Burkina Faso and Mali are responding to these kinds of threats. So yesterday, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea jointly declared that the attack on Niger is an attack on all of them and that they will intervene militarily. But the most interesting part is Algeria's statement, that it will also intervene militarily if Niger is attacked. Today, the chief of staff of the Algerian army arrived in Moscow for a meeting with Shoigu. Algeria is likely to receive heavy weapons from Russia and Iran through its ports. The USA and France have confirmed that they support military intervention by ECOWAS, de facto confirming that they are creating a new war in the world like in Syria and Ukraine. The same scheme worked for them when they destroyed Libya, but today Niger has powerful support. And again, this should be exciting. The idea that these nations are starting to realize that if they form these kind of like mutual defense pacts, they can protect themselves. Not only can they protect themselves from being militarily overthrown or attacked, but they can protect themselves from sanctions and propaganda. And this is going to be the way forward. This is the only way that these anti-colonial or decolonial movements are going to survive, is if this kind of Pan-Africanist sentiment is prevalent. Yeah, thank you, Relic. I had this queued up as well, but this is a good time to look at this tweet also. Guinea joins Mali and Burkina Faso in defending Nigeria from NATO-driven economic siege.
Frontière du Niger. Sanctions préconisées par la CEDEAO, incluant une intervention militaire, est une option qui ne saurait être une solution aux problèmes actuels, mais entraînerait un désastre humain dont les conséquences pourraient aller au-delà des frontières du Niger. De ce fait, le CNRD s'abstient d'appliquer ces sanctions illégitimes et inhumaines contre le peuple frère et les autorités nigériennes et exhorte la CEDEAO à revenir à de meilleurs sentiments. La République de Guinée réaffirme par ce communiqué sa vision panafricaniste en apportant sa solidarité à la population nigérienne.
We love to hear this.
Les nouvelles autorités du CNSP à préserver l'unité et la cohésion nationale. De même, les peuples frères du Mali, du Burkina Faso, du Niger et de la Guinée aspirent à plus de reconnaissance et de respect de leur souveraineté. Par ailleurs, le CNRD tient à préciser que les sanctions prises et les menaces proférées lors du sommet du 30 juillet 2023 n'engagent nullement la République de Guinée.
You know, and I think if you're used to following these movements, I think this is a really interesting and exciting development. And like we said, we don't know the political characteristics that these movements are going to take. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't offer critical support, whatever that fucking means. It's not like they need our approval in order to engage in these movements. But that's exactly why we should critically support these movements. Just on its face, just as they're forming this anti-Western alliance, they're displaying Pan-Africanist solidarity. They're engaged in this explicit, specific process of decolonization. These are all things that we should support, regardless of whatever political characteristics emerge. Like I said, as Western socialists, we would love to see a explicitly socialist Pan-Africanist movement develop here. But we shouldn't be withholding our support until that moment comes. We don't know when that moment's going to come. And yeah, the U.S. is looking very weak and thinly spread and completely unable to respond to these movements. Could you check my film recap of Barbie and rate it from 0 to 10? No, I could not. I'm sorry to say. Hey, goodbye. No, thank you. That's the thing. All we can do is hope for the best. Essentially, hopefully influence the people around us not to be so knee-jerk reactionary. Yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing more pathetic to me than being like a Western leftist and being like, no, this is bad. This is bad. They're just going to they're going to be under the thumb of China. They're going to be part of China's neocolonialism or Russia's neocolonialism. And just like, so on that level, I just refuse to support it. I'll just refuse to support anything. I just refuse to support anything. How about that? There's another tweet here from African Stream. I'm actually going to follow this. This seems like a pretty useful resource here. Burkina boss TRRS schools West's puppets. Burkina Faso's president has lashed out at African leaders who are too eager to do the West's bidding. Using the recent Russia-Africa summit as a platform, he slammed them for using negative language such as militias to describe Burkinabe civilians who've signed up to help fight terrorism in their country. Which is most likely being sponsored by the West and by the CIA, by the way. Western journalists have pressed the panic button over civilians being handed guns and formed into defense units. You got to arm the populace. Arm the masses. But why, asked Ibrahim Traoré, is it only when this happens in Africa that people are so worried, choosing terms like patriots and defenders when it happens elsewhere, for example? And why, more importantly, are certain African heads of state playing along? It's a great question. It's a great question.
Pour ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, aujourd'hui nous sommes confrontés.
I'm gonna. Should I translate this? I got audio only, gang. That doesn't quite get this. I don't know. Let's listen to it first.
Aujourd'hui, nous sommes confrontés depuis plus de 8 ans à la forme de manifestation la plus barbare, la plus violente du néocolonialisme, de l'impérialisme. L'esclavage comptant encore à nos
Like this, does this not sound like revolutionary rhetoric or whatever it is? No mention of I think that was the specific thing. No mention of revolutionary politics whatsoever. Talking about Traoré when he's talking about the ways that Burkina Faso has been dominated and destroyed by neocolonialism and imperialism. For more than 8 years, Burkina Faso was confronted with the most barbaric, the most violent forms of neocolonialism, imperialism, and slavery ever imposed on us. Our ancestors taught us one thing. The slave who's not capable of revolting does not deserve any pity. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but that's not our way. We're not asking anyone to pity us. The Burkinabe people decided to fight against the terrorists. We're surprised to see the imperialists treating these people as a militia. It is disappointing because in Europe, when people take up arms to defend their country, they're called patriots. So when we, the people, ask to defend ourselves, we're called a militia. But that is not our problem. That is their problem. African heads of state who do not contribute anything to the people, who are fighting singing the same tune as the imperialists by branding them a militia. Thus, they treat them as men who do not respect human rights. We're working against that. That is shameful. Our African heads of state must stop acting like puppets who dance every time the imperialists pull the strings. I mean, I'm liking what I'm hearing from this guy. You know? And here's the joint statement about defending against U.S. or French intervention. With thousands in the streets of Niger supporting the military, the transitional governments of Mali and Burkina Faso issue a joint declaration. They say a French or U.S. intervention, whether military or sanctions, would be tantamount to a declaration of war against their countries.
Les gouvernements de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali
translate all this.
Ont appris par voie de presse
You're gonna have to learn French.
Les conclusions des sommets extraordinaires de la Communauté économique des États d'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO, et de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine, UEMOA, tenue le 30 juillet 2023 à Abuja, sur la situation politique au Niger. Les gouvernements de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali, 1. Expriment leur solidarité fraternelle et celle des peuples burkinabés et maliens au peuple frère du Niger qui a décidé en toute responsabilité de prendre son destin en main et d'assumer devant l'histoire la plénitude de sa souveraineté. 2. Dénonce la persistance de ces organisations régionales à prendre des sanctions aggravant la souffrance des populations et mettant en péril l'esprit de panafricanisme. 3. Refuse d'appliquer ces sanctions illégales illégitime et inhumaine contre le peuple et les autorités nigériennes.
Very, very strong beret game. I agree, yeah.
Avertissent que toute intervention militaire contre le Niger s'assimilerait à une déclaration de guerre contre le Burkina Faso et le Mali. Je répète. 4. Avertissent que toute intervention militaire contre le Niger s'assimilerait à une déclaration de guerre contre le Burkina Faso et le Mali. Je répète pour une dernière fois. 4. Avertissent que toute intervention militaire
He's going to double down and repeat that just in case there was any
s'assimilerait à
confusion.
une déclaration de guerre contre le Burkina Faso et le Mali. 5. Préviennent que toute intervention militaire contre le Niger entraînerait un retrait du Burkina Faso et du Mali de la CEDEAO, ainsi que l'adoption de mesures de légitime défense en soutien aux forces armées et au peuple du Niger. 6. Mettent en garde contre les conséquences désastreuses d'une intervention militaire au Niger qui pourrait déstabiliser l'ensemble de la région, comme l'a été l'intervention unilatérale de l'OTAN en Libye, qui a été à l'origine de l'expansion du terrorisme au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest. Les gouvernements de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali sont profondément indignés et surpris par le déséquilibre observé entre, d'une part, la célérité et l'attitude aventurière de certains responsables politiques d'Afrique de l'Ouest, désireux d'utiliser la force armée pour rétablir...
You have to be in... I totally agree with this. Swamp Goth, you have to be in extreme copium and denial to listen and watch this and deny its revolutionary origin. For sure, it's like... I genuinely don't understand how you could look at this and be like, what? This is just some... You have to support this, you have to be some ultra-leftist. There's no revolutionary potential here at all. It's just fucking nonsense.
Un ordre constitutionnel dans un État souverain. Et d'autre part, l'inaction, l'indifférence et la complicité passive de ces organisations et de ces responsables politiques à aider les États et les peuples victimes de terrorisme depuis une décennie et abandonnés à leur sort. En tout état de cause, les gouvernements de transition du Burkina Faso et du Mali invitent les forces vives à se tenir prêtes et mobilisées en vue de prêter main forte au peuple nigérien en ces heures sombres du panafricanisme. Que Dieu bénisse l'Afrique et préserve les Africains.
So going back to Niger as well, this is an important point, and I have a follow-up as well here. Niger is the latest country in Africa's Sahel to oust a Western allied government. In their first few days in power, the new military leaders have stopped all exports of uranium and gold to France. The US and France have threatened to intervene. And I think using this example of Mali, you see the way that this neocolonial process has continued. This is not Niger, obviously. But if you're looking at Mali, France has the 4th largest gold reserves in the world thanks to Mali's gold mines. So just this is so fucking telling. And an example of how neocolonialism has worked and how France has continued this exploitative process. In France, 0 gold mines, 2,436 tons of gold reserves. Mali, 860 gold mines, 0 tons of gold reserves. And uranium as well. Like the uranium exports, that's what's like keeping the lights on in many parts of France. While the very nations such as Niger that have these massive uranium deposits, millions of people in these places don't have access to regular electricity. You know, it's the same thing. And I guess here's the last thing that we can take a look at on this before I get to some more serious analysis of this is this. Benny Johnson's freaking out about this. Shocking video shows South Africa's black party singing "Kill the Boer, kill the white farmer." This is all downstream. It's woke. It's wokeism. It's wokeism when South Africa complains about this centuries-long exploitation and engages in decolonialism. That's just wokeism. It's wokeness to do that. This is all downstream from the rotten secular religion of wokeness and CRT plaguing America today. Fucking unbelievable dumb piece of shit, that guy.
Alliance shoot to kill Hamaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. Attention.
I just listened to the maddest remix of this on YouTube. Can you give us a link? Surgeon Pinso, can we get a link to that? We can get a little dance session going. And of course, look who's the first fucking person crying about it. Oh, poor little Elon. Poor little Elon Musk. They're openly pushing for the genocide of white people in South Africa. Oh no. And Cyril Ramaphosa, why do you say nothing? The president of the African National Congress, president of the Republican Republic of South Africa, chair of the African Union 2020. And again, we looked at the interview from the representative of the ANC youth wing. You see, they're very enthusiastic about this project, which is funny. Elon Musk snitch tagging the president to try and get him to intervene. It was le wokeism doing this. That's right. Chris Farley burst in, "Kill Whitey." He was right to say it. I even see like conservative like commentators being like, if you're white South African, just leave now. Leave now. And it's like, yeah, you should. You should leave. Unfortunately, my father grew up in South Africa for part of his life, and the stories he would tell of how they treated black folks, it was horrifying. Well, this is it. Even after this decolonial process, even after the overthrow of apartheid, neocolonialism has persisted. This massive wealth disparity between the white and black populations has persisted. And like I was saying, when Mandela, this is revolutionary figure, became president in South Africa and helped overthrow this apartheid system, he wanted this revolutionary land reform process, which would have redistributed the land from the Boers, like what exactly they're talking about right now, and was not able to do that because of who? The IMF. Because the apartheid government had taken out these massive IMF loans, and when Mandela came to power, they said, oh, by the way, you're still on the hook for all those billions of dollars that the apartheid government racked up. And he was completely handcuffed from moment one from being able to fulfill his revolutionary vision for South Africa because of the IMF. This is exactly why we should be celebrating the emergence of this multilateral world order, multipolarity, or the emergence of the Belt and Road Initiative, because it's providing an alternative for the first time. I was kind of hoping Sergeant Pinso would give us with the remix. Hit us with the remix. Are you still there? It's another good TRRS video. Oh, this is good. Yeah, I saw this as well. And again, I don't know how you look at this clip and you don't see the revolutionary potential. It's just amazing to me that you would shit on this, being a white Western leftist, and can and hilariously accuse the people of supporting it as being like ultra leftist adventurous. It's just completely nonsensical. My generation does not understand this. How can Africa, which has so much wealth, become the poorest continent in the world today? And why African leaders travel the world to beg.
Les suivantes, si je peux me résumer, c'est de ne pas comprendre comment l'Afrique, avec tant de richesses sur notre sol, avec une nature généreuse, de l'eau, du soleil en abondance, l'Afrique est aujourd'hui le continent le plus pauvre. L'Afrique est un continent affamé. Et comment se fait-il que les chefs d'État traversent donc le monde à mendier? Voici des questions que nous nous posons et que nous n'avons pas de réponse jusque-là. Nous avons l'occasion de tisser de nouvelles relations. Et j'espère que ces relations puissent être les meilleures pour donner un meilleur avenir à nos peuples. Pour ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, aujourd'hui nous sommes confrontés depuis plus de 8 ans à la forme de manifestation la plus barbare, la plus violente du néocolonialisme, de l'impérialisme. L'esclavage qu'on tend encore à nous imposer.
This is testing my French comprehension hardcore. I understand his accent a lot more than I do a lot of people in Quebec, their accents. It's actually easier to understand for me. Pertinent, relevant, related.
But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor. But there's billions to be made there, to be carved out and to be taken. There's been billions for 400 years. The capitalist European and North American powers have carved out and taken the timber, the flax, the hemp, the cocoa, the rum, the tin, the copper, the iron, the rubber, the bauxite, the slaves, and the cheap labor. They have taken out of these countries. These countries are not underdeveloped, they're overexploited.
Words of wisdom from friend. I think I can officially say Michael Parenti is a friend of the stream. Right? I invited him on the stream, and his son Christian Parenti told him he would let him know that we were talking about him. I think he qualifies as being a friend of the stream. So this has all been like my completely ignorant layman's analysis of this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be any kind of authority on the history of revolutionary movements in Africa or the underdevelopment or exploitation of Africa. I do plan on reading Walter Rodney's How the West Underdeveloped Africa. That's part of my list for this year. I'm reading right now Devil's Playground, or Devil's Chessboard, which is fantastic and is something that I want to do a whole segment on at some point. And I'm going to do Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend, and hopefully we'll get to Walter Rodney after that. So hopefully I can become more of an expert on it, but I am certainly not any kind of an authority on these subjects. This is my ignorant Western leftist layman analysis of these events. But I do want to take a look at what Breakthrough News has been talking about on this. Who can actually speak with some authority about it, and they seem to only have some shorter things. Maybe we need to go to Ben Norton. They have some of the clips that we've already seen. They don't seem to have a full analysis yet. Je suis québécois et Rob ne peut pas me comprendre. Je ris à haute voix. Le nom de ce type pourrait être une marque de vin ou de fromage. Je plaisante. C'était Google Translate. I couldn't tell. See, I can understand that. I couldn't understand you if you were using all this crazy Quebec dialect and cursing. Okay, so let's take a look at this.
The United States and France are threatening foreign intervention in West Africa, in particular in the country of Niger, where a pro-Western government was overthrown. This is a region of the world that is very rich in natural resources and is also very strategic for the United States and France. Of course, France colonized West Africa and still maintains many neo-colonial policies, which I'll be discussing today. But also, the United States has one of its largest and most important drone bases based in Niger. And Niger is one of the world's largest producers of uranium. And uranium is used for European energy, especially France, a country that has a lot of nuclear energy. As well, Niger is a major producer.
Yes, I can turn
gold.
captions on.
So
Thanks for the reminder.
The possibility of a foreign military intervention in Niger and potentially other West African nations is very seriously on the table. It is a threat that many countries in West Africa are taking seriously. And we have seen statements from neighboring countries of Niger that have similar governments, like in Burkina Faso and also in Mali, that have said that if there is a foreign intervention, they would consider this a declaration of war. The possibility of war breaking out in West Africa is very real, and as is pretty much always the case, Western powers are the ones fueling the fire of this conflict and threatening war. Let's not forget that this is a region where there were very recent examples of Western military intervention. In 2013 and 2014, France led a military intervention in Mali, a neighbor of Niger, and in 2011, NATO, led by the United States with the support of France and Canada and other European nations, destroyed the central government of Libya that was led by the revolutionary leader Muammar Gaddafi. They killed Gaddafi, and still today, a decade later, Libya has no central government. It's been in a state of civil war, and now there's a possibility of the Western powers expanding that conflict to the west and to the south, to the Sahel region. So today we're going to talk about what's going on in Niger, also in Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea, and the threats of Western military intervention. Now, I will clarify at the beginning here, I am definitely not an Africa expert. I would never claim to be an Africa expert, but I've done a lot of research.
I got to talk to someone that is an Africa
expert.
expert
The geopolitical
as soon as
and
possible.
economic implications, and how this is part of a larger international campaign by the United States and by European colonial powers to reassert a kind of neo-colonial policy politically and economically, in particular on resource-rich countries in the global south. Africa is an extremely resource-rich continent, and the Western powers have relied on exploiting its mineral wealth and exploiting the labor of African workers in order to get rich and in order to maintain their riches and their inequality. Almost all of West Africa was colonized by France, which committed brutal war crimes and atrocities. It committed genocide. It used concentration camps, the same kind of policies that the Nazis also used, the French Empire used in Africa. And today we see that many of these nationalist military leaders in countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali are invoking the historical legacy of the anti-colonial movements and even revolutionary socialist movements like Thomas Sankara's movement that he led, the revolution he led in Burkina Faso in the 1980s. And the French government is really trying to reimpose its neo-colonial control over these former colonial territories. Now, in the past few years, there have been a series of coups in West Africa, in the nations of Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. Now, some of these coups were actually linked to the US military and were led by officers trained by the US military and or trained by the French military. But there have been a series of coups. Some of the governments have been pro-Western, but some of the military coups have been led by officers who are nationalists, even revolutionaries, and who oppose French neocolonialism and also US imperialism, and have been asserting more sovereign, independent policies. And this is exactly what we've seen in the past few years in Burkina Faso, Mali, and most recently in Niger. In late July, a Western-backed leader was overthrown in Niger, and a military government was declared. And this isn't necessarily super surprising considering the number of coups in the region. However, the response of Western governments was different because, of course, the US and European powers have organized countless coups all across the global south when it serves their economic interests in order to control natural resources and the labor of countries in the global south. And in Africa, there are countless examples of democratically elected governments led by anti-colonial leaders that were overthrown and in some cases killed by the Western powers. One of the most famous examples of this was Patrice Lumumba.
What are we doing here? What is this? What is this?
The founder of the Democratic Republic of Congo, which had been a Belgian colony. Belgium committed genocide when it was a Belgian colony. And in 1960, he helped lead an independence movement. And he was democratically elected in 1960. And what happened? The Belgian regime,
I didn't know that's what you meant by
particularly
ping,
the CIA, they kidnapped and they murdered Patrice
that have any
Lumumba,
impact on-
and then they dissolved his body in
Forget it.
acid, only leaving behind a few teeth.
Monsters.
That's all, it's the only memory they have
Fucking
of
monstrous.
this democratically elected anti-colonial leader who founded the modern
Monstrous
country of the
people.
Democratic Republic of Congo. That's how Western governments treated him. They backed a coup and they installed a right-wing pro-colonial dictatorship that ruled with an iron fist for decades. And there are many other examples across the African continent and in Asia and in Latin America of the Western powers doing that. However, sometimes a coup happens and they immediately denounce the coup. And you have to ask, that's strange. Why are they denouncing the coup? It's not because they care about democracy. That's the rhetoric of the State Department. It's, of course, because the new coup government doesn't serve their geopolitical and economic interests. This is exactly what is happening today in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. In the last week of July, a pro-Western leader was overthrown in Niger, and immediately the French government denounced the new nationalist government led by the military. And Macron, the French president, said he will not tolerate any attack against France and its interests, emphasizing its economic interests in Niger and saying essentially that they're threatening the possibility of foreign intervention. The US State Department also very quickly released a statement denouncing the new military government in Niger and said the United States welcomes and commends the strong leadership of ECOWAS, that is the Economic Community of West African States, in order to defend the constitutional order in Niger. And essentially, the US and France are using ECOWAS to serve their geopolitical and economic interests and to try to reimpose a pro-Western regime, not only in Niger, but also in Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea. And the State Department very clearly said, Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, said that they want to immediately release and restore President Mohamed Bazoum. He's the pro-Western leader. Even mainstream media outlets have referred to him as a pro-Western leader. And the US said it welcomes the dispatch of the special representative of the ECOWAS chair to Niger. And it said the United States will remain actively engaged with ECOWAS and West African leaders on next steps to preserve Niger's hard-earned democracy. So once again, we see the threat of foreign intervention, and the US, as is common, especially with Democrats, is trying to give a fig leaf to the intervention by claiming it's multilateral, it's international, by using an organization like, in the case of the Libya war, the war that destroyed Libya in 2011, they used NATO. And here in this case, they're using ECOWAS. Or in the case of Haiti, they also try to create this international coalition for the military occupation of Haiti. That's what the US frequently tries to do for PR reasons. But really, if there is an intervention, we all know it's going to be behind the scenes led by the US and France. And this is essentially a kind of neo-colonial intervention. It really must be stressed that
coalition of the willing,
the U.S.
that's right.
military presence, the kind of neo-colonial U.S. military presence through AFRICOM, African Command.
This is pretty amazing too, this AFRICOM map here. So we got the green markers are U.S. military training, advising, or tactical deployments during 2013. The yellow markers are U.S. military training, advising, or tactical deployments during 2012. Purple markers, U.S. security cooperation. Red markers, Army National Guard partnerships. Blue markers are the U.S. bases. Blue markers, like look at all those blue markers across the continent. U.S. military bases. Think about how much people are freaking the fuck out over China building one overseas military base and how completely absurd that is. Or talking about the Belt and Road Initiative in Africa like a form of neo-colonialism. Look at all these U.S. military bases across the entire continent. Like that's a military occupation. It's a military occupation, and they're completely under the thumb or the boot of Western proxy economic institutions such as the IMF. You know, it's a complete stranglehold of the entire continent. And people talk about the Belt and Road Initiative like it's just a different version of the same thing. No, it is not. It's a relief from this nonstop iron-fisted stranglehold that Western imperialism had over the continent for hundreds of years. As Parenti points out, 400 fucking years. It's not the same thing at all. And lay the resource level distributions on the map. Look at it coincide with the military bases. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a long VOD to maybe watch some of that. Non-Compete did an interview with a member of the Communist Party of Kenya last year that was really interesting context for the communist history of that part of Africa. That seems really, really interesting. I will save that video for next time. Again, this is something that I want to personally learn more about, and I want to be able to speak to more people that are involved in these movements. And I will make an effort to do that moving forward, because this is such an essential piece in this kind of shifting geopolitical landscape. And what's happening in Africa right now is so important and exciting and relevant to all these things that we talk about. So I'm going to try and learn more about this as much as I can. And I will, I promise, make more of an effort to reach out to and speak to people that have a familiarity or expertise in talking about this, so we can all learn from that. This is my promise to you, the community. I will make more of an effort to work on this in moving forward.
Niger is extremely geostrategically important. It is right in the middle of the Sahel region, and this is a region that the U.S. has a lot of military activity in. There are hundreds of troops that are in Niger and also neighboring countries, and the U.S. uses its drone bases in Niger, right in the heart of the Sahel, to try to impose its control over the rest of Africa, in particular in North Africa and West Africa. So if the U.S. loses its puppet regime in Niger, there is a possibility that the new nationalist military government may try to kick out the U.S. military bases and soldiers, and of course, again, also cut off access to France and the U.S. From importing uranium and gold. And in fact, there even are reports that the military government in Niger has blocked exports of uranium and gold to the West, which is exactly, of course, what they're afraid of. Now, one of the main economic interests that Western powers have in Niger is
Hello, Nedlocked. Welcome back.
Niger is one of the world's leading producers of uranium, and Oxfam, the humanitarian organization, the anti-poverty group, published a report back in 2013 detailing how France was making a killing, profiting off of the uranium in Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world, and yet the people in Niger, who are known as Nigerians, not to be confused with Nigerians from Nigeria, these are different countries. So Nigerians, largely living in poverty, have not benefited from the wealth of their natural resources, which instead has
Only
been benefiting
the people are poor.
Western corporations, like, for instance, in France. And this report in Oxfam back in 2013 pointed out,
we talked about Canada's role in this as well, the mining companies.
1 out of every 3 light bulbs is lit thanks to Nigerian uranium.
1 in 3
Niger,
light bulbs.
Nearly 90% of the population has no access to electricity.
This
This
is what I was saying,
situation
yeah.
cannot continue. I want to repeat that. Around 1 out of every 3 light bulbs in France is powered through nuclear power that is largely due to Nigerian uranium. And we're talking about one of the poorest countries in the world where, as of 2013, 9 out of 10 Nigerians did not even have electricity. Here's another quote from this article from Oxfam. It is incomprehensible that Niger, the world's 4th largest uranium producer and a strategic supplier for Areva, this French energy company,
Most countries
and
are
France,
rich.
is not taking advantage of the revenue from this extraction and remains one of the poorest countries on the planet.
It is
now, some
unreal.
of those
Absolutely.
statistics have changed in the decades since, but the point is really still the same. And this gets back to what political scientist and historian Michael Parenti famously said about Africa and the countries in the global south that were colonized. They're not underdeveloped. They are overexploited. Africa is one of the richest continents on the planet. It probably is the richest continent in terms of its natural resources, but its people have been made poor through colonialism and neocolonialism. And just because some of these countries on paper got formal independence from French colonialism or from the United States doesn't mean that they actually have full economic independence.
Or
and
sovereignty.
Many of the revolutionary leaders in Africa, going back to Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, who wrote a book about neocolonialism, have said that until they have economic independence and sovereignty, they are not truly independent of the neocolonial system.
And as I was saying, and I'm sure Ben will end up making a similar point, but as I was saying, though, you can't have full economic independence without investment now and without infrastructure being built that allows this process of sovereignty and economic independence to continue, which is what the Belt and Road Initiative is. And for people that's exactly for the ultra leftist Western Maoists that say like, no, this is just another form of colonialism or imperialism. It's just a nonsensical statement. And and I think that's the ultimate point, is that when Africa does have this kind of sovereignty and economic independence, it will be a global superpower, but it needs development first. And the West has been underdeveloping or overexploiting Africa for 400 years. And, China just getting involved now and bringing some of these nations into the Belt and Road Initiative and beginning this process of building infrastructure and helping this place develop is a completely different process than this exploitation that we've seen over the past several centuries. It's just night and day. And we can look more into what the Belt and Road has meant for these places as well, which I think is important to look at.
Western capitalist countries have imposed on them. We can see this very neocolonial attitude reflected in Western media reporting, because immediately in response to the nationalist coup in Niger in the last week of July, there were a series of articles in the Western media talking about how strategically important this country is for its uranium reserves. Reuters published a report. Niger is among the world's biggest uranium producers. It noted Niger is the world's 7th biggest producer of uranium, and this radioactive metal is most widely used for nuclear energy. Politico published an even more blatantly kind of neo-colonial article titled "Niger Coup Sparks Concerns About French EU Uranium Dependency." And the article points out that Niger supplies 15% of France's uranium needs and also accounts for around a fifth of the European Union's total uranium imports, although that was before this nationalist-led coup. And now the new government has reportedly said it's not going to export uranium or gold, it's another gold producer, to the West. And Politico said very clearly, the coup in Niger
Canadian mining companies also mining this uranium
needs in the longer term, just as the continent is trying to phase out dependency on Russia, another top supplier of uranium used in European nuclear plants. In 2021, Niger was the EU's top uranium supplier, followed by Kazakhstan and Russia. In the EU, nuclear energy is relatively important. As of 2022, nuclear energy represented around 10% of the entire energy consumption in all of the European Union. And it's fluctuated. It's been around 12%, depending on the country. It even, in fact, in the 1990s, it peaked around 13%. And for context, gas represented around 18%. So really, nuclear energy is quite important, especially in France. And since the 1980s, nuclear has in fact become one of the top sources of energy in France. In the 2000s, nuclear represented nearly 40% of energy consumption, which made it even more important than oil. That figure has slightly decreased. In 2015, it was around 40%.
Hey, Crad Babes, I'm wondering, maybe you would know the answer to this, but is the French Green Party doing the same things like the German Green Party is doing as it pertains to nuclear? Having that same kind of like anti-nuclear strategy? Yeah, it's not 80%, but that's still significant, though. That's still a significant, and in fact, it's still the majority of the source of energy consumption.
It has decreased, and as of 2021, nuclear represented around 37%, but that's still more than oil. And as of 2022, nuclear represented 32% compared to oil at 35%. So the point is that in France specifically, which colonized Niger and many other countries in Western Africa, France relies very heavily on nuclear energy, and in particular, it relies on uranium for that nuclear energy coming from Niger. So here we have a very sensitive geopolitical situation and economic situation where European powers are waging this new Cold War on Russia. They're trying to block Russian oil exports. They have a boycott on Russian oil and a price cap. And furthermore, they're also trying to cut off their imports of Russian gas. And of course, Russia is one of the world's largest producers of both oil and gas. And for many countries in Europe, it was the largest provider of oil and gas. And it was also the largest energy partner of the European Union overall until this new phase of the war, the proxy war in Ukraine in 2022, that goes back to the US organized coup in Ukraine in 2014. And the point is that now the European Union is trying to cut its energy relationship with Russia. And one of the ways that the region has done this is by emphasizing nuclear energy. And countries like France are really going to prioritize nuclear energy. But now one of their top providers of the uranium they need for that nuclear energy had a nationalist coup.
I saw that, Decadent. I didn't really dig into it.
Policies, in particular
usually at
against
B-Day
French
Marksman is really razor-sharp analysis of this.
That Europe, whose economy in many countries now is going into recession, and whose economies are deindustrializing. Germany, the manufacturing superpower at the heart of the EU, is deindustrializing at breakneck speed. And they're further losing major sources of their energy because these countries, through imperialist policies, their economies are largely reliant on extracting cheap commodities, cheap raw materials from the global south. And now many countries across the global south have left-leaning governments or nationalist governments that are against these imperialist policies, and they want to develop economically. They don't want to be resource colonies of the Western capitalist nations. And we can see that happening right now in West Africa. In addition to Western corporate economic interests in exploiting Niger's natural resources, the US also has turned Niger, at least before this coup, into a key ally in its military operations, a key security partner. Really, security is not the right word. It's really neo-colonial partner in its attempt to militarily dominate Africa. And this is especially clear when you look at the US drone bases that operate in Niger. This was acknowledged in a 2019 report in PBS. The report noted that the U.S. has been increasingly militarizing Africa, increasing its presence through AFRICOM, that is U.S. African Command. And one place where that expansion is best seen is Niger, where the U.S. Air Force has built a huge new base from which it
Chad, are you still with me? Are you still there?
It notes that as of 2019, there were around 800 U.S. military personnel stationed in Niger, and that number actually has increased to around 1,000. And it noted that the U.S. was expanding drone operations. They quote a lieutenant general from the U.S. military, Thomas Waldhauser, who said that Niger, quote, have been a good partner in a very, very bad neighborhood. Partner is another word of saying, proxy or puppet when the U.S. talks about its so-called partners. And this report noted that the massive base that the Pentagon built there, the Air Force built, which is called Base 201, is the largest installation Air Force personnel have ever built. And it's not the only U.S. military base in Niger. Since 2013, the U.S. has been operating drone missions out of another base in Niger's capital. And PBS reported that the CIA is using another drone base in the northeastern part of Niger. The investigative journalist Nick TRRS spelled this out more clearly in a report in The Intercept this February 2023. And Nick TRRS, for people who don't know, is really one of the only good investigative journalists working in the U.S. He represents this kind of old school of investigative journalists with people like Seymour Hersh, who he represents an endangered species, a rare breed of journalists who are actually critical of the U.S. military and aren't just propagandists for the Pentagon. And he noted in this report that in reality, the Airbase 201, which is referred to as Base Américaine in French, which means the American base, this is this massive base that the U.S. built in 2019 in Niger. He referred to this as, quote, the linchpin of the U.S. military's archipelago of bases in North and West Africa, and a key part of America's wide-ranging intelligence, surveillance, and security efforts in the region, built at a price tag of $110 million and maintained to the tune of $20 to $30 million each year. AB-201, that is Airbase 201, serves as a Sahelian surveillance hub. And in this massive base that cost $110 million to make in Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world, where a majority of people don't have access to electricity, this is also home to U.S. Space Force personnel involved in high-tech satellite communications. The Joint Special Operations Air Detachment has facilities, and there is a fleet of drones, including armed MQ-9 Reaper drones, that scour the surrounding region day and night So he refers to this as a high security haven that sits on a base security zone protected by fences, barriers, upgraded air-conditioned guard towers with custom-made firing ports and military working dogs. So this is an extremely important strategic base for the U.S. neo-colonial military presence on the African continent. It uses Niger right in the center of the Sahel to try to dominate and control the region. And again, I want to stress, the U.S. is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on high-tech technology in this base in a country, Niger, where the vast majority of the population lives in poverty and doesn't even have access to electricity. This is the visible symbol of neocolonialism. It's not only French neocolonialism. Culturally, through trying to impose
absolutely
the
absurd
French language and French media, and also economically through the
drawing a
CFA
parallel
front, which
between
we'll talk
that
about,
and what
France
Russia
uses
is
to
doing in
control
Africa
West
or
African
China is
nations' economic
completely
policies.
nonsensical.
But also we see the military form of
Incoherent.
neocolonialism imposed by the United States through AFRICOM.
It's militarily
The US
occupied
clearly
by the
sees
United States.
Niger, or at least it saw the
entire
Nigerian
continent.
government as a key ally against China and Russia, because U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Niger in March. And here's a report in Democracy Now! Noting Blinken visits Niger, home to U.S. drone base, as Biden moves to counter China and Russia in Africa. And let's not forget that back in December 2022, just a few months before Blinken visited Niger, the State Department held a U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit, bringing together a bunch of leaders from across the African continent, along with U.S. President Biden, and they were meeting physically in Washington, D.C. And the State Department said that it recognized, quote, that Africa is a key geopolitical player. And of course, what they really mean by that is that the U.S. has been trying to pressure African nations to cut off their alliance with China and Russia. And in particular, Washington has been trying to prevent economic integration of China and the African continent through projects like the Belt and Road Initiative, which the U.S. has been trying to sabotage. And the African continent has been a key partner in these massive infrastructure projects that China has been carrying out through the Belt and Road Initiative. And Washington has been very wary and has been trying to reimpose its control on the region. So, of course, Antony Blinken's visit to Niger in March was part of this new Cold War conflict.
And I got to say, like, this is exactly why I support and am excited by China's emergence as this global superpower. And people, the exact kind of like Western ultra leftists have the exact same critique. How can you support China when they have markets and they have capitalists and they have this and that? And that's exactly why. Like, it's not even about China, even though I think it is remarkable and incredible the level of development that has happened in China. The development, the infrastructure, the reduction in poverty, the promotion of literacy and access to healthcare and all these things that have just like completely exploded since, you know, the Chinese Revolution, but also since Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms. But it's not just about that, though. It's about China's role in the world and the fact that it's providing this alternative to development to nations in Africa or Latin America or wherever else. I don't understand how you can be a critic of Western imperialism and see this shift taking place and say, oh, this is bad to me. This is bad because of markets. Because they use markets. Because they've embraced this capitalist mode of production in order to get to this point. This is bad to me. I don't get it. I genuinely don't. How you cannot see the role that they're playing, this emerging role that they're playing, providing this alternative for Burkina Faso or Niger or Mali or wherever else, you know? And how you can look at that and be like, oh, this is really bad to me. I don't like this. You know? It's pathetic. Meanwhile, they claim they're market socialists. I mean, when you get into like the Vosches of the world, the kind of like anarchist China watcher types, that's the amazing thing, is that they literally support Biden and they support this process of the United States government, a arch capitalist imperialist regime, embracing these somewhat progressive ideas or going back to the sort of New Deal liberalism and promoting, you know, getting Medicare for all or whatever. They support that. But they say, what, you support China? That's capitalist? What? Like, that's the amazing thing to me, is that they literally support the United States of America and just want to have more of a welfare system put back in place and want people to have healthcare and free education and these things under the current system in the United States. But then they say that it's somehow, they're so pure and devoted to fucking Marxist principles that if you support China, there's like, well, China has capitalists, so you can't possibly support that. It's just totally incoherent. Totally fucking incoherent and nonsensical opinion. They'll call you red fash tanky. That's right. Well, they literally support fucking NATO. It is absurd. It is absolutely absurd.
And Democracy Now! Pointed out that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken
Moderate
was
wing of
visiting Niger
fascism.
and also Ethiopia.
A great man once described these exact people like this.
Backed by foreign powers trying to destabilize
Can't remember
the
who at the
Ethiopian
moment.
government. And Antony Blinken did this as part of the Biden administration's growing competition with China and Russia. It noted that Niger has become a critical U.S. ally in the Sahel region, and the U.S. opened a new drone base in the city of Agadez in 2019. The U.S. has about 800 military personnel in Niger, and Blinken's visit was the first time that a U.S. Secretary of State had visited Niger. And the report quoted a professor at Brown University who focuses on the cost of war project, which I've talked about before. And she pointed out that, quote, Niger is one of the last strongholds of U.S. security partnerships in the region. Now, it was one of the last strongholds of this kind of U.S. neocolonial footprint until the coup in late July, led by these nationalist elements that want to have an independent sovereign country in alliance with Burkina Faso and Mali. And that explains why the West has been so angry about this coup. It's not really that well known. It's almost never talked about. But in fact, France still maintains significant economic control over multiple countries in West Africa through imposing the so-called CFA franc. And there's a very good Senegalese development economist named Ndongo Sambasila. I want to do an interview with him sometime soon to talk about this. But he has an article explaining this called French Monetary Imperialism in Africa. And he noted that the president of Chad, Idriss Déby, said in 2015 that there is a cord preventing development in Africa that must be severed. That cord is the CFA franc. And he notes it's a colonial currency. It actually used to be called officially the French African colonial franc. That's where the name comes from. It's a colonial currency born of France's need to foster economic integration among the colonies under its administration and thus control their resources, economic structures, and political system. And there are two different economic unions that are used that France uses to impose the franc. And one of them is called the West African Economic and Monetary Union, WAEMU. And the members include Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. So, I mean, again, we see the French Empire still imposing kind of neocolonial control over these countries' economies. And what it does is it forces countries in West Africa to use this currency and to set it at a fixed exchange rate with the euro. And also that means these countries have no monetary sovereignty. And it also forces a centralization of foreign exchange reserves. So 50%
see how vital
of the
BRICS
foreign
is
exchange reserves of
to
these
anti-colonial
central banks in
movements.
these West African nations have to be held in Paris in the French treasury in an operating account. And by the way, right after independence, formal political independence, 100% of these West African nations' foreign exchange reserves were held by the French treasury. And that went down to 65% in 2005. And then, of course, France makes sure that these countries have to have free capital transfer within this zone, so they can't have capital controls, which prevents them from implementing many socialist policies because of the fear of capital flight. So what this means is that these countries have their monetary policy controlled by France. They have an absence of monetary sovereignty. France holds a de facto veto on the central banks within the CFA franc zone. And furthermore, given the fixed exchange rate, the monetary and exchange rate policies by these West African nations are dictated by the European Central Bank. This is a neo-colonial device that continues to destroy any prospect of economic development in user nations. The CFA franc is a barrier to industrialization and structural transformation. It also encourages massive capital outflows of the wealthy elites who want to stash their wealth offshore. And they note that membership in the franc zone is synonymous with poverty and underemployment, as evidenced by the fact that 11 of its 15 adherents are classed as least developed countries, and the other 4 countries are in economic decline. And this economist points out that in order to continue to impose the CFA franc, France has never hesitated to overthrow heads of state who were tempted to withdraw from the colonial system. Many were removed in coups backed by France when they sometimes love coups, or they were even killed, assassinated, and replaced with more compliant leaders. And Sella notes that economic development is impossible in these circumstances of neocolonialism. And the countries that actually have
sometimes we just love the coups
like
there.
Morocco,
Really
Tunisia, and
depends.
Algeria, they can mint their own currency, and they are stronger economically than any user of the CFA franc. And people who defend this colonial system say, well, it leads to low inflation in these West African nations. But that actually does not make up for the massive economic consequences. He concludes that the CFA franc is a good currency for those who benefit from it. The major French and overseas corporations, the executives of the zone's central banks, the elites wishing to repatriate wealth acquired illegally or otherwise, heads of state unwilling to upset France. But for those hoping to export competitive products, obtain affordable credit, find work for the integration of continental trade, that is Pan-Africanism, or fight for an Africa free from colonial relics, the CFA franc is an anachronism demanding orderly and methodological elimination. It is a colonial currency, and it has been imposed on these countries in West Africa, and that's why these new governments want to be independent of French neocolonialism. As I said, I'm going to try to get this Senegalese development economist Ndongo Samba Silla. I'm going to try to interview him sometime. But anyway, the point is that these countries have been suffering from neo-colonial policies, and there are now a series of nationalist leaders who say they refuse to be colonies and want to be truly independent and sovereign. Now, of course, it's very hypocritical and ironic that when there have been pro-Western coups in some of these countries, Western governments have welcomed them and refused to condemn them. And I mentioned that there actually have been a series of coups, not just one, in Mali and Burkina Faso and Guinea in the past few years. And when the Western powers think that these new military leaders would be amenable to their interests and against China and Russia, they actually have been very excited about it. The Australian military cut out the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, which is funded by the Australian military and Western governments. They represent an arm. They're basically an arm of the Australian government. They claim
military coup could cruel China's plans for mining in Guinea. Yeah. Coming from the ASPI, who's been the ASPI, of course, one of the primary sources of research into China's Uyghur genocide, and funded by the arms manufacturing industry. Highly ideological with a very specific pro-Western and anti-China agenda.
Back in September 2021, there was a coup in Guinea, and they were actually excited. They were happy. They were salivating because they said that the military coup could cruel China's plans for mining in Guinea. They were so excited. They noted that Guinea's coup impacts China's long-term strategy to diversify its iron ore suppliers and not be dependent on Australia. Guinea is a mineral-rich country, and it has the Simandou mountain range that has 8.6 billion tons of iron ore, which is very high grade.
Australia also suffered a similar coup, for sure. Like we don't talk about enough that the United States State Department did a coup in Australia. I don't think that's widely regarded enough or widely known. Coups for me and not for thee. That's how it usually goes with these types, isn't it?
They noted, that happily, Aspie pointed out that China is worried about
military bases for me and not for thee.
Aluminum, because Guinea is the world's second largest supplier of bauxite and meets 55% of China's demand for bauxite. So once again, we see that when these coups hurt Russian and Chinese economic and geopolitical interests, the West is very happy. But as soon as a military coup leader comes to power who opposes Western interests and wants to be independent, well, then they immediately condemn it and call for foreign intervention. And in fact, the leaders of the military government in Niger have warned that France is plotting a military intervention. And they said on state TV that France was searching, quote, for ways and means to intervene militarily in Niger, and that France had a meeting with the chief of staff of Niger's National Guard to obtain the necessary political and military authorization. This article in The Guardian, the British establishment newspaper, also pointed out that Mohamed Bazoum, who was overthrown, was, quote, an ally of Western powers. So they're admitting essentially that, this is what it's about. It's not about democracy. It's that a pro-Western regime was overthrown and a new nationalist government has come to power, which is allied with China and Russia. And that's why the West is now threatening military intervention to overthrow it. That may be easier said than done, however, because the neighboring countries that have military governments in West Africa of Mali and Burkina Faso have said that if there's a Western military intervention in Niger, they would consider that a declaration of war.
This is so
I'm reading here from France 24. This is French.
I don't know how you cannot get excited by that.
They said in a joint statement, the governments of Burkina Faso and Mali warned that, quote, any military intervention against Niger would be tantamount to a declaration of war against Burkina Faso and Mali. They said the, quote, disastrous consequences of a military intervention in Niger could destabilize the entire region. They also said that they refused to apply the, quote, illegal, illegitimate, and inhumane sanctions against the people and authorities of Niger. The Western powers have already imposed sanctions, which is how you know that they don't like the coup, because oftentimes when they support a coup, they reward the coup regime with support. And now they're imposing sanctions. So what's the crime? Of course, the crime is being independent and nationalist, and not only in Niger, but also in Mali and Burkina Faso. I want to briefly talk about the situation in Burkina Faso, which is very interesting politically. In September 2022, there was another coup in Burkina Faso, one of a series of coups that brought to power a nationalist military leader named Ibrahim Traoré. He's now 35, making him one of the world's youngest leaders. He's the president of the country. And he has actually brought back some of the revolutionary socialist ideas of Thomas Sankara. Sankara had a revolution in Burkina Faso in the 1980s until he was overthrown in another military coup. And what we see now is that Traoré is invoking the legacy of Thomas Sankara. He's been making it very clear that
no
he
revolutionary
wants West Africa,
language whatsoever. What was the guy saying?
Independent of Western neocolonialism.
Fucking dumbass.
This July, Russia held a conference with a series of African leaders. It was called the Russia-Africa Summit that was held in St. Petersburg. And there is a report from TASS, the Russian state media outlet, that discusses the speech that Ibrahim Traoré gave, the leader of Burkina Faso. And he said, with this very anti-imperialist nationalist rhetoric, he said, quote, "We are the forgotten peoples of the world, and we are here now to talk about the future of our countries and how things will be tomorrow in the world that we are seeking to build and in which there will be no interference in our internal affairs." So once again, emphasizing opposition to imperialism. And in his speech, the head of state, that is Traoré of Burkina Faso, focused on sovereignty and the struggle against imperialism. Quote, "Why does resource-rich Africa remain the poorest region of the world? We ask these questions and get no answers. However, we have the opportunity to build new relationships that will help us build a better future for Burkina Faso." He said, "African countries have suffered for decades from a barbaric and brutal form of colonialism and imperialism, which could be called a modern form of slavery." And then Traoré said, quote, "A slave who does not fight for his freedom is not worthy of any indulgence. The heads of African states should not behave like puppets in the hands of the imperialists. We must ensure that our countries are self-sufficient, including as regards food supplies, and can meet all of the needs of our peoples. Glory and respect to our peoples, victory to our peoples, homeland or death." And he quoted the words of legendary Cuban revolutionary leader Ernesto Che Guevara. So we have a leader of Burkina Faso
always love when he does the Spanish
Che Guevara
accents.
in a speech at the Russia-Africa Summit, condemning imperialism and calling for independence and sovereignty, and not only in Burkina Faso, but in the entire African continent and also in the global south. This explains why the Western powers are threatening military intervention in West Africa. It's not just about Niger. It's not just about uranium. It's not just about U.S. military bases. It's not just about bauxite in Guinea. It is about nationalist governments that have come to power in these countries that want to end neocolonialism, that don't want to be colonies of the Western capitalist nations. In fact, we've also seen that the new revolutionary government in Burkina Faso, which is supporting the government in Niger and also Mali, the new government has been allying with revolutionary forces in Latin America. And on July 19th, it was the 44th anniversary of the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua.
It's happening, folks.
And
it's happening.
The prime minister of Burkina Faso attended the anniversary celebration. He was invited by Nicaragua's revolutionary president, Daniel Ortega. I was actually present at the ceremony on July 19th here in Managua, Nicaragua, and I saw the speech that was given by the prime minister of Burkina Faso. And this is a report that was published by the Sandinista media outlet of El 19 Digital. But I'm going to read here in English because our friends over at Causacho News, based in Bolivia, they did a great English language translation of the speech that the Prime Minister of Burkina Faso gave in the anniversary celebration. And this was given by Apollinaire Kielem de Tambela, who is the Prime Minister. And by the way, who is de Tambela? He is a longtime ally of Thomas Sankara. When Thomas Sankara came to power in the 1980s, he was working in alliance to build solidarity and support for the new revolutionary government in Burkina Faso. He is a Pan-Africanist. He has been affiliated with communist and leftist movements, and he was promoted to prime minister by Ibrahim Traoré, the military leader, the president of Burkina Faso. So it shows that now there is a return to the revolutionary legacy of leaders like Thomas Sankara in certain governments in West Africa. In this speech, Tambela said that he pointed out that they're recalling the historical legacy of solidarity between the revolution in Burkina Faso and the Sandinista revolution. He points out that Thomas Sankara visited Nicaragua in 1986, and the Sandinista leader, Daniel Ortega, also visited Burkina Faso in 1986. And de Tambela said that for people of my generation, there are things that unite us with Nicaragua, Augusto Cesar Sandino, and the Sandinista Front and Commander Daniel Ortega. He points out that they were following in Burkina Faso, they were following the revolution happening in Nicaragua in the 1970s. And he said that in 1979, when the Sandinistas took over, he said, we were happy. People of my age celebrated. And when Thomas Sankara came to power, Daniel Ortega and the Sandinista Revolution was something happy for us. We as students studied the history of Nicaragua. We followed its evolution. And by the way, in the same speech that he gave, he also gave his revolutionary greetings to Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran. And he said that Cuba's President Fidel Castro has been and was a very important person for the revolution in Africa. We have excellent memories of Cuba and President Fidel Castro. So once again, we can see that these nationalist governments in West Africa are building links with revolutionary movements in Latin America and invoking the revolutionary legacy of people like Thomas Sankara. Now, before I conclude here, I just want to briefly talk about the contradictions of this, because of course, it is true that these governments did not come to power through revolutions. They came to power through coups led by progressive nationalist military leaders. Now, there is a historical precedent of this, especially on the African continent. One of the most famous revolutionary leaders in the history of Africa, Nasser in Egypt, he came to power as well in a progressive coup in 1952, led by a series of military leaders. In particular, they were known as the Free Officers Movement. And Nasser was a revolutionary left-wing nationalist, and he nationalized many of the foreign economic interests. He implemented some socialist policies. He was also one of the co-founders of the Non-Aligned Movement, and he helped inspire a series of revolutionary movements across the Arab countries in West Asia and also in Africa. And
what could have been?
Then
the
in 1969,
violence
there was
and brutality that was deployed in undermining this really exciting movement, revolutionary movement, decolonial movement that was grounded in this kind of working together in solidarity for all these colonized nations. The ruthlessness with which it was stamped out is just so disgusting, and it's one of the most grotesque things you can ever learn about. The hope that permeated this moment in the global South and the way these nations were starting to work together, to have sovereignty, to have actual democracy, to benefit from their own resources, and the brutality and the ruthless violence that was used to undermine that is really just the most radicalizing thing you can learn about. And you can never support what the West does, like militarily or economically, when you understand the ruthlessness that was used to destroy all these movements. You know, it's just impossible. And that's why I think when you see movements that come together, like what we're seeing right now, that aren't necessarily socialist, but that are based in this kind of like anti-Western sentiment or decolonial sentiment, you have to support it. You have to. Just grotesque, absolutely grotesque history.
Other progressive coup, a military coup led by a progressive military leader, Muammar Gaddafi, and he named his same movement the Free Officers Movement after the movement led by the leftist military officers in Egypt. And Colonel Gaddafi, like Nasser, he implemented many socialist policies, and he used the oil reserve.
It's so criminal that many of these African countries are still paying off reparations to the European countries for loss of assets, i.e. liberating slaves and nationalizing industries, yet the colonialists don't have to pay any reparations for centuries of plundered wealth. Absolutely. And we talked about South Africa and Mandela, and that how Mandela's revolutionary project was totally undermined by having to pay back the debts of the apartheid government. You know, it's just sick. It's sickening.
In Libya to benefit the people of Libya. He implemented massive social programs and healthcare and education and public housing, giving housing to young families.
Haiti is the ultimate example
Muammar
of
Gaddafi
that, for
also
sure.
supported revolutionary struggles around the world, like in Nicaragua and the Sandinistas. He also supported the Irish Republicans fighting against the British Empire in Ireland. He supported the Palestinians in their struggle against Israeli colonialism. And what happened? In 2011, Gaddafi was killed by NATO-backed extremist Salafi jihadist forces, and his government was destroyed by NATO in a war in 2011.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
And
Sick
still
woman.
today,
Sick woman. Fucking grotesque thing to say. And the same people that support her, support the Democratic Party, we'll call you a fucking tanky for wanting America to die. You know? The dronies, the most violent, bloodthirsty people that we know, that operate under this guise of respectability and civility. Sick people. Sickos.
There is no central government in
Vietnam
Libya.
as well,
There's
for
civil
sure.
war going
Yeah.
on, and there are open air slave markets thanks to NATO destroying the Libyan state. So anyway, the point is that there is a historical precedent on the African continent of leftist leaders coming to power through military coups. Although,
Yeah, Mac, we covered. I briefly talked about the Trudeau thing. I haven't felt a huge need to delve too deeply into it. And as I was saying, if you're in the know, if you're in the elite tier of the Friendship Triangle system, you knew this news was coming because my sources had informed me of this a couple weeks ago. But yes, Bimbo News. That's all right. We support Bimbo News as well.
again, if they don't come to power through a revolution, the possibility of them being overthrown by another coup is very real. In Latin America, there have also been examples of this. In Peru, for instance, there was a coup led by a revolutionary military leader, Juan Velasco Alvarado, in 1968, and he implemented socialist policies. He nationalized foreign corporations. He also made Quechua a national language, the indigenous language, and not just Spanish. He also promoted labor unions and had land reform. And he ruled, but he was also overthrown in another coup. So once again, there's a danger. I mean, there is a history of some of these progressive military leaders. And one of the most famous of all actually was Hugo Chavez, who in 1992 also tried to have a progressive military coup against Carlos Andrés Pérez, and known as CAP. And Carlos Andrés Pérez was a neoliberal. And in 1989, in the famous Caracazo massacre, CAP basically ordered a massacre of protesters who went out to the streets against the neoliberal austerity measures imposed by the CAP government. And
we saw that in Bolivia after the coup there as well.
Venezuelans were massacred in the Caracazo, and that inspired progressive military leaders like Hugo Chavez, who was a lieutenant colonel, to try to overthrow the right-wing regime. And then he was imprisoned, but Hugo Chavez became a national hero and celebrity, and he was released. And then he came to power in 1999 through democratic elections. And of course, we all know the history of Hugo Chavez. He later declared the Bolivarian Revolution after, by the way, the US backed a 2002 coup attempt against him that was briefly successful. So anyway, the lesson of the story here is that if you don't have a popular revolution like happened in China in 1949 or Cuba in 1959 or in Nicaragua in 1979, if there's simply a military coup led by a progressive or even socialist revolutionary leader, someone like Thomas Sankara, then they can be overthrown. And in the case of Burkina Faso, this is the history. Thomas Sankara came to power in 1983 through a military coup, but one of his main allies in the revolutionary coup was Blaise Compaoré. And Compaoré led another coup against Thomas Sankara in 1987. He killed Thomas Sankara, and then he ruled basically as a dictator from 1987 until 2014 in a series of rigged elections. And he was an ally of the U.S. He abandoned Thomas Sankara's anti-imperialist and socialist policies, and he became a pro-Western puppet and a neoliberal. So that is one of the dangers of the situation happening now. Yes, there are these nationalist, anti-imperialist governments that have come to power in West Africa, but because they came to power through military coups, if a right-wing military officer overthrows the left-wing military officer and imposes a pro-Western regime, then they can sometimes rule with Western support for decades. And that's exactly what happened during the first Cold War. There were a series of right-wing pro-Western dictatorships across the African continent that overthrew the revolutionary leftist leaders, the Pan-Africanists, people like Kwame Nkrumah, people like Patrice Lumumba. And there is the possibility of that happening today. So I just wanted to have a brief overview of some of that history and talk about the geopolitical and economic reasons for Western governments imposing sanctions on Niger and threatening intervention using groups like ECOWAS as proxies, but really threatening the possibility of military intervention, not only in Niger, but also potentially in Burkina Faso, potentially in Mali, potentially even Guinea, to overthrow these revolutionary nationalist anti-imperialist governments, and of course, to try to reimpose political control and to exploit the natural resources and the geostrategic location of some of these countries in West Africa. And of course, what's going on in Africa, in West Africa, is part of a larger international movement in parts of Latin America and Asia that are where revolutionary leftist socialist forces are trying to overthrow imperialist puppet regimes and exercise national control over their resources and labor and economic policies to have real development. And that's what we report on here at Geopolitical Economy Report regularly. So I'm going to conclude here. I know this was lengthy, but I wanted to go into details because you're not going to see almost any of this information mentioned in mainstream Western corporate media.
And I do appreciate Ben's analysis of this. Please, if you're not subscribed to Ben's content that he does with Geopolitical Economy Report, please subscribe to Ben's channel. As he said up front, not an expert on Africa, nor am I, obviously, but someone who I do have a lot of confidence in, someone who is really good at researching these things and analyzing them. I would like to speak with more people that are experts on this and do have a history of it, but Ben's analysis is really sharp, and I think he does a really good job of researching all the different angles to this story that we need to hear about, that we're not going to hear about in Western media. Anyway, I think that's just about going to do it for the stream today. I have a podcast in like a little less than an hour. I've been going 5 hours. It's the longest stream in a while. It's the first stream in a while. Because as you know, I am coming back. I'm coming back from a little vacation. I took a week off. And I'm also coming back from a severe illness that was absolutely horrible. That made me think that I was going to die. Can we watch this Sankara clip to close it out? Yes, we can, Relic. Hello, Doc. So I just want to say, I am coming back from this vacation, from this illness. No, I didn't have COVID. I got into it at the beginning of the stream. It was really bad, though. But if you can, folks, subscribe to TRRS. I did meet the sub goal today, but I got a deficit now, and because I'm on the content hamster wheel on twitch.tv, it punishes you for taking any time away. So, if you can, please support TRRS by subscribing or gifting subs. It's very helpful. Every little bit helps a lot. It helps me keep this content on the air. It gets you into the base level of Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped trickle-down clout and friendship access tiered reward system.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
It's the only such system that exists on Twitch. Thank you to elite member Doc Hollywood MD for the incredibly generous 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Doc. That's very, very kind of you. Really appreciate that a lot. I appreciate all the support today and every day. Again, you get kind of punished for taking time off this platform, but I do have to do it sometimes for personal reasons or because I'm ill, like I've been the last couple of days. And the fact that there's some people in this community that support this channel allows me a little small amount of wiggle room to do that, which I can't tell you how much I appreciate. I know a lot of people on this platform don't have that luxury at all, so I really do appreciate it a lot. So if anyone else, though, wants to support TRRS by subscribing or gifting subs, I appreciate it a lot. It helps me out a lot. It helps keep this content on the air. I will be back tomorrow. We're doing an all-day marathon stream tomorrow. I've decided now. We're doing an all-day marathon tomorrow. So there will be other opportunities to subscribe. As always, as the Sisyphean sub goal boulder rolls back down the hill tomorrow. Blimey, exactly. Blimey indeed. Push that rock, buddy. I guess you got no choice. But before I go, folks, does anyone else want to support TRRS with a subscription or a gifted sub? Is there another brave hero that wants to subscribe or support the channel before I sign off and allow that boulder to roll all the way back down to the bottom of the hill? Thursday is Smørbrød day here, so I'll be munching away watching the TRRS marathon stream. We love it, Diego. I love munching on my smørrebrød as well. You all know my love affair with that wonderful food.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Smørrebrød. And look at that, Sweater Vest Ninja. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, a brand new community member. Sweater Vest Ninja. We love it, and I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. You know, often when people see some of the elite tier members of this community, or they see the highly elite and exclusive 2-year sub badge, it can be a little intimidating. And you can ask yourself, how am I ever going to get to be an elite tier member of this community? How am I ever going to get the highly elite and highly exclusive 2-year TRRS sub badge? Well, it starts with this as a first step. It starts with month 1. You just got to put one foot in front of the other. Like any big, lofty goal that you might have in your life, it starts with that first brave step of the initial subscription. A journey of 24 months starts off with a single sub. Exactly. Thank you again, Sweater Vest Ninja. It's a 24-step program. Exactly. So I think that'll do it for today. I'm glad we could focus on this. Again, I'm certainly not an expert on Africa or African decolonial movements or the history of military coups in Africa or any of these things. I hope, though, that my layman's analysis and Ben's razor sharp analysis as well was able to help people understand what's been going on in Niger and Burkina Faso and these other African nations that are undergoing this kind of decolonial transformation right now. And I'll say finally, before we raid out here, please join the Discord server, okay? If you're a lurker, if it's your first time watching the channel, if you're not able to materially support TRRS, which I totally understand, it's completely free to subscribe to the Discord server. Okay, Barfcast, I'm so sorry. I'm not getting notifications for the donos right now. Everything's fucking broken. I do apologize for that. Let me see if I can trigger the donation thing. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's not working. But I do see, Barfcast, that you just donated $20, which I appreciate so much. I appreciate so much the support that you've shown me in the channel over the last 2 going on 3 years. This doesn't work. This shit just does not work. Very frustrating. I'll try to fix it, but again, Barfcast, thank you. Thank you for that. So please, folks, before we go, join the Discord server. If you're not able to subscribe to the channel, which I totally get, if you're new to the community, totally free of charge to join the Discord server, which is really fantastic. It's a really fantastic community. And tonight, at 9:15 p.m., that's 10:15 a.m. Pyongyang time. 9:15 p.m. Eastern is James Cameron's underrated 1989 film, The Abyss. Really, really looking forward to that this evening. So please join the Discord server and join us tonight for the movie night. We do have a lot of other fantastic events and cool things going on in the Discord server. That's just this evening, but please join that. And yes, I'm going to be raiding our friend Subversive history. Oh, I did forget the Sankara clip. Let's send it again, Relic, and we'll watch it before I raid out. Or unless I might still have it. No, I do. I copied it. I copied it and then I forgot to look at it.
Je crois comme une force, une puissance. Celui qui sait parler au peuple, celui qui sait avoir la confiance du peuple, peut tout réussir. Mais celui... Non, parler au cœur du peuple. Faire sentir ses idées au peuple. Le financement extérieur ne doit pas apparaître comme une solution miracle à tous nos problèmes économiques. Oui, il faut le financement extérieur, mais il faut d'abord commencer par travailler soi-même. Et si on ne travaille pas, des solutions comme celle du FMI apparaissent comme des solutions de facilité. Et dès qu'on a une petite difficulté, on court au FMI. Dès qu'on a une petite difficulté, on court au FMI. Ceci est une mauvaise chose. Deuxième élément très important aussi, c'est que nous avons l'impression que chaque fois qu'on nous pose les conditions, au niveau du FMI par exemple, c'est pour créer d'autres
He was spitting facts here.
Nous sommes prêts à vous apporter tel financement à condition que vous fassiez telle chose. Nous acceptons ces conditions.
You get your loan, no more literacy programs, no more social programs, no more healthcare, no more land reform.
Alors, quels sont les pays où le FMI a réussi? Quels sont les exemples où le FMI est parti et cela marche très bien? Nous n'en voyons pas.
Vous avez dit non à l'aide alimentaire. Pourquoi?
L'aide alimentaire que nous avons reçue, malheureusement, au lieu de nous aider à nous développer, nous a maintenus dans une mentalité d'assister. Chaque jour, on tend la main pour demander à manger. Ça, c'est mauvais. Deuxièmement, l'aide alimentaire fait que les paysans de chez nous qui auraient pu produire...
Take it easy, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Marathon stream tomorrow. Bye.
C'est les surplus des paysans des autres pays qu'on nous amène ici. Nous,